I guess we are live. So, hi everyone. It's so nice to be here and a very warm welcome to the first edition of the Cosmos Ladies Summit. A summit with all the wonderful female founders, developers, and contributors of the different Cosmos projects. We are thrilled to present an all day summit featuring a lineup of the most accomplished women in the industry. Yesterday we completed our 1 year of the Cosmos Ladies Project, a project that was aimed to bring empowerment to the underrepresented people in the Cosmos community. The platform was founded with the aim of simplifying technical concept so that it's more accessible to people who are trying to break into blockchain industry, onboard, educate, and support Web3 developers, make Cosmos more visible among women in Web3, and share knowledge about different projects in the Cosmos ecosystem. Today, we have around 500 plus developers in the community, and I am really proud of how far we have come. Next slide, please. So this is us. I briefly want to touch on who we are, how we started this initiative and all. So my name is Sonia, your host for today's summit. I am one of the co-founder of the Cosmos Ladies. We also have another co-founder of us, Purti, with us. Talking about me, I started my blockchain journey back in the year 2021 with the Cosmos as developer relations engineer. Before jumping into Web3, I was majorly working with Web2 with the different communities such as Linux Foundation, Kubernetes, Igalia, Mozilla. Apart from that, I really enjoy creating content, hosting meetups, doing right now, writing blogs, and of course, traveling. Now I'm gonna pass the mic to Spurti. Spurti, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hey everybody. I am Spooky. I work as a protocol engineer currently at Fire Labs. I joined Cosmos Ecosystem and I joined Tendermint in 2021. When it was still Tendermint, now Ignite. And I was part of the core tech team. And currently in Fire Labs, I'm part of the protocol team. And in some of my free time, I also contribute to Stargaze as well. And I do have a personal project in the Cosmos space called Cosmi Wasmi, which is Cosmos VS Code extension, which helps you interact with your smart contracts. And just to give some background, I got into Cosmos during my master's. I was doing my master's degree in distributed computing and privacy technologies, and my thesis supervisor at that point introduced me to Secret Network and asked me to look into that because it seemed cool, and that's how I learned about Tendermint. And in fact, I ended up focusing largely on Secret Network during my master thesis as well. And I wrote some secret contracts, which all seemed very interesting for somebody getting new into blockchain at that point. And I applied to Tendermint around the time I finished my master's. And once in Tendermint in the early days, I did some contributions to the Cosmos SDK, but eventually later on, I worked on implementing proof of authority based consensus. So if a Cosmos chain wants to not use the default staking module, they can use this instead. And afterwards, I moved on to working on an Elesto protocol, which was a DID chain, but I think it was eventually scrapped. And after that, I've been working on Archway. I can't talk too much about it because it's too alpha yet. And yeah, and I would say uh, what the best thing about the Cosmos working in this ecosystem is that everybody has always been so encouraging, and it's a great place to be right now. And I will hand back the stage over to Sonia.
Can't disagree with Spurti. Cosmos was the first project that I started contributing when I began my Cosmos journey. And I still remember I and Spurti, we both joined around the same time. So we both were like, we should start something, we should gather all the women and, try to solve this problem that we are facing. I'm glad, how far we have come. Next slide. Oh, yeah. So this is a wholesome slide with all the initiatives, live streams, and the activities that we did last year. Oh my God, what a year it has been. So we hosted multiple Twitter spaces with the different Cosmos projects. I want to highlight and give a huge shout out to few of them. They have been of a huge help for us in the beginning. So Maria from Women from Cosmos, Lil Gaines from the Cosmos Spaces, Roya from Quicksilver, and we also hosted the Stargaze founders Jake and Jorge and did YouTube live streams to deep dive into the Stargaze infrastructure and how they are running behind the scenes. We also have all the videos uploaded on our YouTube channel, so feel free to check it out. Um, we also hosted a meetup alongside Cosmoverse in Colombia, did multiple quizzes alongside and provided one-on-one mentorship to help out people shifting from Web 2 to Web 3. Um, also, we started our validator an year ago and we got into the active side within a month with the overwhelming support from Jake, his team, and the Stargaze community. Just want to say a huge thanks to everyone who helped us reaching here. And currently, we have around 268 unique delegators. And this is not going to be the end, and there is a lot more to come. So, what's next? We will be taking and participating in more initiatives like we have been doing in the previous year to help people shifting from Web 2 to Web 3, onboard more developers, especially women and underrepresented people into the blockchain industry. We will do so by doing a one-on-one mentorship program, hosting regular Twitter spaces, and we are planning to do something unique this year by starting the online study group. This is something new for us. We haven't done that in the previous year. And I am sure you all might have more amazing ideas. So feel free to dump them over the chat. And you can also DM us at the Twitter by the Cosmos Ladies. I am all ears for your suggestions. So this is a giveaway time. Yay! So as part of our commitment to inspire the young developers, we will be doing a giveaway. So we are giving away emoji charms to our 3 attendees who can share it with their daughters, nieces. So I want to briefly touch on what are emoji charms. They are basically programmable accessories that teach coding in a fun and engaging way. They have the wholesome community of the young developers at Imagy. They have built a zero to hero coding platform to empower both the students as well as teachers. Their tools are designed with a gender lens, bringing creativity and engaging opportunities for all to learn coding in the classroom and the beyond. So there is a QR code available in the screen that you can use to fill out the Google form. Additionally, I'm sharing it over chat as well. Everyone do engage, participate, and fill out the form. Also, we have the founder of the Imagy Charms. She's also gonna join us today, and we will learn more from her. So moving on to our next slide, these are going to be the speakers for the Cosmos Ladies Summit 2023. And a big thank you to our wonderful speakers for taking the time to share their journey, knowledge, and ideas with us today. I am so excited to hear from every single one of them. And this is going to be our agenda for the today. We will be kicking off with our speaker, with our first speaker in a few minutes. Also, we have the option of live chat, which I guess most of you have already discovered, where you can post your questions, share your thoughts, ideas. We will have all the speakers live, so feel free to ask any of your questions. So, guys, let's wait for a few minutes, and we will kickstart in. We will kickstart the stream in few minutes. So, guys, we have our first speaker at the backstage. And yes, feel free to post your questions in the chat. Meanwhile, she will be sharing her slides, her thoughts, and ideas. Should we kickstart? So we have our first speaker, Arabta Sudhir. She is the current VP of Marketing at Helbon. For those who don't know, Helbon is one of the top tier blockchain security company. They have worked with Solana, Polygon, SushiSwap, as well as some of the projects closer to home in the Cosmos, as well such as Thorchain. Today, she will be talking about zero-day vulnerability, which was discovered in Cosmos, and how they worked at disclosing it using Confio. So let's hear it from the speaker directly. Welcome, Aratha.
Thanks so much, Sonia, and very excited to be here. Thank you to the Cosmos Ladies Summit, to you, and to Spurti also for having me here. Since this is kind of like a small group, we can try to keep it as interactive as possible. So very quickly, thanks for the introduction earlier, but I'm Arapta, so I started my career with pretty much with engineering, and then I went on to into the startups world. So I ended up founding 4 different startups, all in very different sectors before actually going into blockchain, so to speak, in 2016 by founding an accelerator in Germany where we accelerated about 11 different blockchain companies. So yes, just super excited about the dev space in general. Have just seen so much of constant innovation that it always tends to be a little bit more exciting than before. And after that, as you guys know, I'm leading the marketing efforts at Halborn, which is an elite cybersecurity company. And we work with over 150 clients in this space, like Solana Foundation, Avalabs, Dapper Labs, some Cosmos projects as well. And yeah, of course, like the client list is into a lot of sectors, and I would invite you guys to go in and check out a little bit more on the website. And of course, feel free to reach out to us should you have any questions. Well, today I'm going to talk about the 0 day and what that is and what the anatomy of a 0 day really looks like. Because being in the world of cybersecurity, I was like, I don't really work with the engineering and the dev side directly. So for me, from an external standpoint, this was just such an interesting story from both like a coding discovery, but also a human perspective on what a 0 day is and how it impacts the world around us. And I would kind of like request if somebody can put in comments what they know about 0 day, if they're already familiar with it, or if they have any comments on it, any ideas. Like there are no bad answers, so everything is welcome. We'll be checking the comments pretty consistently, but in case I drop out or don't see something, then Spurti and Sonia, maybe please let me know as well. All right, so maybe we can have a few comments in there if somebody knows something about 0 day. If not, I'll just go ahead and begin the conversation here. Cool. So yeah, when security teams are unaware of the software vulnerability, great. That's yes, that's definitely a good answer. Anybody else? Anyone has worked with 0 days here from the people, even the organizers here? Okay, great. So maybe we can just go into the presentation itself. So I think the most important part of a 0 day, the definition of it and the whole concept of it, is the number 0 itself. It's great to see that some of you have not worked in a situation like that, which means that this will be something probably interesting. And I hope you guys walk away with an idea of what this is at the end of the talk. So as I said, like the most important thing in a 0 day is the number 0 itself. And what that means is that right from when a vulnerability is disclosed, the engineers and the dev teams and the companies which are being affected by this have exactly 0 days to fix it. And that means that this finding is usually super, super critical and quite vulnerable, and the impact of it is super high. And that means that it is usually affecting a lot in TVL, in people, in the number of users being affected, and we'll get a little bit more into it with the presentation. So what happens when typically a 0-day is discovered is this text. It literally goes you up. And normally it's an interesting one because they're typically coming from a dev or somebody who just made the discovery of a 0-day, or from a cybersecurity team, which has now found a massive critical vulnerability which is impacting multiple platforms. A lot is at stake. And then the most cohesive words you can come up with is actually these two words, which are being sent out probably in a lot of like frantic despair mode to a lot of founders and companies which are being affected in this. So nobody in the cybersecurity world or generally in the Web3 blockchain world likes this text because they know there's a lot that's going to be going to follow after. But what really happens after this? So we throw up something called a war room, typically in the world of cybersecurity and blockchain, and that means that as nuanced as the name itself sounds, what that is just a basic Telegram group. Sometimes it's going on Signal, and a few other like media platforms as preferred, and that's just bringing together literally all the stakeholders and all the parties that have been identified as the top stakeholders here who are being affected. So typically from our side, when we throw in a war room, we are including all the companies that have been identified as some of the biggest names where this vulnerability is going into their code, and it's really creating a lot of havoc there. And of course, when we throw together a war room, the name is not very pleasant, but what this also means is that there's a whole lot of, like any other kind of a war situation, there's a whole lot of chaos, there's a whole lot of uncertainty. Nobody really knows what their part is in all of this. And there's just like a massive amount of confusion, and nobody wants to be confirmed as somebody who is inside this room for a valid cause, right? So yeah, like hopefully war room is a little bit clearer now. We see this term being thrown around a lot, but this is at the backstage, this is just what it means. And then the next step. So when something of a great consequence, like somebody claiming that there was a 0-day or there's a highly critical vulnerability that's affecting your code so massively, is something that's being declared out there, the thing that follows after is very similar to a Kubler-Ross change curve, which I'm not sure if you guys like are aware of, but it's usually the change curve or the sequence of emotions we see. Even in business management, when a company is being changed, when there's a merger and acquisition, something is massively changed. But it's also the same curve pretty much that you see in your own human life when something massive is happening and you haven't yet dealt with it. So essentially, it's again like the 5 stages. So first is denial. Maybe I just don't want to accept yet that I'm being thrown into this war room. Maybe I don't have anything to do with this situation. This is probably not my turf, but that's probably not true. Somewhere deep down, you know that, but you haven't yet come to consequences to deal with the fact that, yes, maybe there is something massive that's going on. And then, of course, there's a whole lot of like bargaining, trying to see, is the situation really applicable to me or not? And if so, then, like what part of the situation is actually of effect? And then, of course, what's followed is a lot of periods of shock. And finally, you hit acceptance. That's typically how the conversations run in the war room when we set them up, and or we are part of one. And it's always interesting, but this is precisely all the emotions and all the chaos going on in there, especially at the very beginning of the conversations and the discussions. So yeah, it's after all of these human turbulations, what really happens is the theory of deduction. So finally, they have hit the phase of acceptance where all the parties involved in that conversation know that there is something massive and critical that has hit them. What they try to do is they try to now understand, okay, like what is actually being affected in their code, what are the ramifications of it, what use cases are being affected, and most importantly, what's the TVL at stake, how much money are we actually talking about at the end of the day, and how many users are potentially affected. So the first is, this is basically a primary study of what is the impact of what the critical vulnerability will do to your company and platform. Yes, my meme says, I just woke up and you're telling me 100 million is at stake, but trust me, like Halbon has been working with a lot of 0 days, and mostly the TVL is way, way higher than 100 million, sometimes a few billions to speak at the very least. And this is pretty much how much it's affecting the world of blockchain and Web3 in general. So yeah, like the next is the theory of deduction, and then all parties in there who are present there to kind of try to understand what really happened. And then there is the consensus happening IRL, which basically means, in other words, that everyone in that conversation tries to understand what is their role in it. And yes, they're all affected by it, but what do they now do about it? So, of course, the answer is everybody has to fix it, everybody has to patch it, but we also agree on a code of honor there, where there is like a standardized date that we target for fixing these vulnerabilities, for fixing the code. We also, all the parties involved have this predefined understanding that nobody goes out and leaks out a 0-day out in the media or the market before the people have had the chance to at least fix it. And this is, of course, I'm talking about a responsible disclosure. And there's a big difference between a disclosure and a responsible disclosure, as you guys very well know. For instance, there have been 0 days found in operating systems, Apple, and so many others, where somebody has even gone in, like typically a black hat, who has found a 0-day and even like leaked that news in the market or sold it for a certain amount of money. And we don't even want to get into the consequences of that, what that could possibly do. So in the world of cybersecurity, we try to do it in a responsible manner, following a certain process for disclosure. And that's kind of what we will try to take a look at in a bit. All right, so of course, with anything as massive as this, there's a lot of coding, there's a lot of emotions, and there's a lot of coffee. And once we have decided that all the players, all the stakeholders are in alignment on when this 0-day is going to be fixed, when the news around it has to be talked about, the next phase is usually identifying the rest of the stakeholders. Because yes, when it comes to a very critical vulnerability, typically it's in an L1, or typically it's in something like a JavaScript issue or something else, but that usually that piece of code tends, when you compare it across the GitHub, or when you try to see what else is using that underlying snippet of code, you kind of come to the conclusion very soon that it's not just the 5 parties you have identified here in this group, it's probably affecting 50 others. And when that's the case, then as a part of this disclosure strategy, one of your key responsibilities of a responsible disclosure becomes then understanding who are the rest of the stakeholders and should they be notified and when, and who should not be knowing about it. For example, parties who can possibly exploit it. That's why you can't talk about small leaks, or you can't even go out and mention this anywhere, and where exactly your role is in the mix of the entire conversation here. So are you the cybersecurity party trying to help people fix it? Have you already patched it? And are you engineering team, do they have the resources to help people, to advise on how to go ahead with this? All of those questions come up in this phase of identifying the rest of the stakeholders and really seeing how to go ahead with the situation now. All right, so this is probably something that you guys are way more familiar with than I am, because mostly we're talking to a dev community here, and that's the patch. So anytime there's a critical vulnerability and that has been understood fully, what can we do is like, how can we modify or edit the code or introduce the snippet that actually goes out there and fixes the situation? So it's usually a lot of engineering work. And when I'm talking about a patch, we're sometimes talking months of engineering work. And they go in there, they get their teams together. Basically, it's all about rallying up all of your forces and trying to get a fix out before it's too late. Because typically with these situations, you're running against a very strong timeline, and your resources are probably kind of limited, so you want to go about it as effectively as possible. With a patch, normally with our 0 days, of course, our team tends to work very closely with them as well, and we also like help verify whether the issue has been fixed or not. A bunch of advisory services around it, of course, but the main idea is that the engineering team goes out there and really like comes up with a code snippet to fix whatever has been terribly vulnerable to their code thus far. All right, what follows next is, once the patch is done, once everybody has agreed about their roles, the stakeholders have an agreed date to talk about it, to fix it, what follows is the responsible disclosure. So now in the journey of the 0 day, we have hit a point where something has been identified, patched, fixed, and most of the identified biggest stakeholders are good to go with it. And now is the time when we go ahead with the responsible disclosure. And one of the first things that comes into this part of responsible disclosure is the community and the CVE number. Again, a quick question. Anybody knows something about the definition of a CVE number? Or have you worked with one yourself, maybe? All right, so a CVE number is a common vulnerability and exposure number. It's kind of like the database the world of engineering in general goes to for seeing what exploits and common vulnerabilities have been discovered in what protocol, in what L1, and seeing if that has any impact to them. So one of the reasons why CVE databases are so important is because they kind of used as the source of truth for a lot of coders when they are seeing if their tool or their coding or their platform is being affected by something that has been pre-discovered before. And that's why one of the key things that we should do as one of the white hat players here is to go ahead and disclose that to the CVE database and make sure it's also added in. So one of the things we'll get into here is a few examples of the 0 days Halbon has seen. One was quickly also introduced, which was a 0 day we found with CosmWasm, the L1 itself. However, I also want to talk about one of the very first 0 days we discovered, which was a 0 day around MetaMask and Phantom and XDeFi and a bunch of other wallets. And this was quite in the news back then, just because of the severity of how many wallets were being affected. So yeah, again, like more coffee, more meetings, more conversations, more debates over everything pretty much. And the disclosure happened. We had the CV filed in. Well, while as cool as it sounds, white hat hackers go out and save the day, there's actually a lot more nuance to what went on in that disclosure. So to give you a bit of the backstory about this MetaMask vulnerability that we identified, which, by the way, Halbon still remains the company that has been paid the highest bounty at that time for finding this vulnerability in MetaMask. So the first thing that happened in this disclosure, and maybe it's easier if I just go into explaining what was the background here. So our team discovered this during EthCC Paris, the last year, so we're talking a while, and they had been actively disclosing this to MetaMask, to XDeFi, to a bunch of the other wallets which were impacted by this, and working with their teams to come up with on a consensus on how to fix this, how to patch this. But what actually happened in this is that a lot of you guys use like Chromium-based browsers or Firefox, and there was like this issue, this tiny feature on the browser, which is called restore session, right? So what restore session did in certain instances with certain conditions in mind is that it was storing the seed phrase or your mnemonic phrase for the wallets impacted in this case, which is pretty massive because, as you can imagine, somebody who has access to your seed phrase has access to a lot of assets in general. So this was very specific to a few wallets that we identified and under certain conditions. But as we realized very soon that the impact of this could be extremely severe if not fixed almost immediately. So we worked together with all these parties to disclose this. And later on, we had a lot of media talk about this. But typically what we do is we go for the CV discovery, we go for our internal disclosure, we align with the parties involved on a lot of PR, because as you can imagine, there's a huge community component to these disclosures. There's anytime a company is saying that there is a massive critical vulnerability that has affected them, nobody really wants to hear that because this is a lot of distress. So we also have to come up with what has been fixed, what are the next steps, and if you're a user who is typically being affected, then maybe you should upgrade because, of course, the patch has been released. So yes, this was one of the 0 days that we had, which was in news quite a bit. And the other one, of course, we want to get into a little deeper as well, because that was around CosmWasm, and we worked a lot with Misang and a team over here at Confio to help this issue and to do the responsible disclosure around it. So I'll get into that in a bit. What happened with Confio was, or CosmWasm in this case, was that this was a little bit of an address validation check. And it was one of those simple things that coders sometimes work under a few assumptions and forgets. And then somebody else who's looking at it from a third-party perspective, in this case, a security perspective, tends to spot that and go ahead with that vulnerability and relay it to the team, right? So in our case, one of our developers, Luis Quispe Gonzalez, who was working a lot with CosmWasm-related smart contracts back then, found that there was so CosmWasm, it really works with the BECH32 format. And what that means is that addresses are typically accepted in both the lowercase and the uppercase. And in this particular issue that we found, what was happening was that most developers kind of assumed that the address would be in lowercase, and they were working with validity checks that could not be, that were not accepting the uppercase formats of the addresses. What that meant is that if you introduced a smart contract address which was in uppercase, to those validity checks, that check could be bypassed, which it sounds like a small little detail, but when you look at the impact of how many points in the code it has affected, it's actually quite massive. So back when we found this, of course, we relayed it back to the Confio team, and we talked a lot about the next steps, and it was fixed quite soon. And yes, of course, then we went ahead with the disclosure, and we also had this YouTube session where we talked to the Confio community and brought them in and kind of address the community on what the next steps are here and how to patch it and how to upgrade. So thankfully, this was something which was actually handled way in time and faster than we had expected to go. And this is kind of like a little bit of a part of what we do. Halbon handles a lot of like advisory, a lot of smart contract auditing, pen testing, and all of that. But 0 days do tend to be one of the discoveries that we are quite proud of, and also something that we take highly responsibly because of the community aspect and the number of parties that are involved. So yeah, that was kind of a brief summary of from my side on what 0 days are and how we work with it. If you have questions on not just Halbon and 0 days, but also anything around, like careers in cybersecurity or any other questions that you want to come up with, feel free to. We'll be checking the comments section. All right, I think Spurti and Sonia, now is the time for you guys to take over. Okay, so we have a question which basically says, what part of the project is more vulnerable to security issues? Smart contracts, OIL1 protocol layer. That is a tough one to answer because we cannot really, security is basically the mindset of having paranoia by default and then going ahead and checking what part of your code has an issue or what is vulnerable. So we can't really predict where the issues show up. So that's why we kind of like advise the 3 layers of security, which is get your security team in-house so that all of your coding while you're at it is already being fixed. And then, of course, get a cybersecurity advisor on board who can look at it from a third perspective. And then, of course, go ahead and do your checks with the community. So, yeah. What practices would you recommend to ensure a high degree of security? I think I just mapped out some of them, but yeah, basically we call them the 3 layers of defense. So there is the internal security. Make sure your security team is something that you have figured out at the start. We at Halbon and in the general cybersecurity world believe is that security is a continual process. It's an ongoing process. The common flaw we find out there in the market is that security is often seen as this afterthought, which it is not, because yes, you're on a crush to release your product and you have to stick to a very strict timeline, but at the same time, if you don't secure it, then there's a lot of trust that you're putting at risk. So yeah, internal security, we cannot highlight it enough. And then, of course, get external cybersecurity advisors, go to the community if you have to find bugs in your code. All of those should be standard lines of defense that should be followed. All right.
Hi, Aradha.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much for the talk. I guess you're a big coffee fan.
I realized I was on mute, definitely.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm probably on a few espressos already, so any coffee fans here also give us a shout out.
I can totally relate. Thank you so much for the awesome talk. I have few questions for you. So I want to know, what are the challenges that you faced when you were shifting from Web 2 to Web 3 and how you overcame them?
Well, that's a great question. So, as I was saying before, I did start my career with engineering. So, I did work with a little bit of engineering, but then I started my first startup, which was back in 2014 or 2013, actually, which was into the music industry, nothing to do with this year. It was about kind of creating a platform that made people book gigs for open spaces and coffee houses. And from there, I ended up starting a bunch of different things in Web2 back then into AI and database decision making. But as I was doing my startups, I realized I was more into the business aspect of it, which is why when I moved more into the world of marketing. So to me, Web2 and Web3 are very cohesive. I didn't really see a massive challenge to shift from one industry to the other, except there were like just a lot of benefits. And I might be biased while I'm saying this because Web3 offers this life where everybody is a little bit more collaborative. You're working mostly remote, or a lot of us do get the chance to do that. It brings like the whole worldwide massive talent together to the same platform. So I just thought that having a technical background, even if it's from Web2, and having a little bit of a understanding of what the world of blockchain and Web3 was offering was just such a great combination to make that next step and make it happen. The challenges here is, of course, with the privileges of being remote and working with a world-class talent, is that you are also working remote, which means that you have to really manage your own schedule. There's that disconnectedness of everything that you have to come up with, like efficiency on management and processes and platforms and all of that. So yeah, that's just a bit of what I faced, I guess.
That's cool. And what advice you have for the people who are just starting out in the blockchain industry?
Who are just starting out in the blockchain industry. Okay,
Are they
that's
too
a good
late?
one. Yeah, I mean, I guess blockchain right now, Web3 in general, has become such a trendy keyword, right? It's like a buzzword almost. And a lot of people enter it without really understanding it enough or knowing where they fit in that part of the industry. So my suggestion to them is something that I would suggest generally people looking at any career is ask yourself why you're doing something that you're doing. Where do you really want to get to? And if that aligns, make sure that Web3 is the bridge between those two questions and like understand the nuances of this world, the way we work, how fragmented the industry is, and how connected it is at the same time, and know what you're getting into way before you just decide to move into a career of Web3. There's the good part about Web3 though is that there's so many learning resources, right? So everything is online, everything is out there. Everything is, a lot of it is like open source. You can just walk into the GitHub and check the code repo, or like talk about your platform on Medium, or go into like any pretty much any channel and get a lot of information on what companies are doing out there. So my suggestion to them would be learn as much as you can, and everything is community here. So community is kind of tends to be the pulse of Web3. So maybe like be a part of that community, start those conversations, really get to know what the people are saying there before making that switch and before making that change.
I just want to add on to your point. Well, the people are really humble and helpful, just ask your questions, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think Web3 is actually one of those things where the whole ethos of the ecosystem is that we are here to collaborate and help each other out, and there's like no good or bad idea. We're here to listen to you, and we will help you out if we possibly can. And that's actually one of my favorite things about it, at least. And yeah, so definitely leverage that. Talk to anyone. I mean, something as simple as a Twitter reach out can lead to like such a great conversation at times. So definitely leverage that and use that.
Yeah, yeah. And we have one question from Spurti. What is the incentive for responsible disclosure when a person can just exploit the vulnerability and take advantage of it to make more money?
It's a very difficult question that Spurti is asking. So actually, we did observe this trend. You know, like there's a whole black market around vulnerabilities and 0 days, and like what can happen. So it's like asking the question, what incentivizes you to leak something that you found, which is such a massive vulnerability, out to the media when you know that there's so much repercussions, and it's like a very moral high ground line that you're being asked to walk here because you're possessing the information which you know can be really damaging, probably somebody's life savings. So yes, on our side, from talking from the view of like white hat community, I think we are just morally um, kind of incentivized to do the right thing here. That's why we are working where we are working. So that's a big component of responsibly disclosing. But that said, we did talk about like the bounties that companies do tend to pay out. So, for example, something that white hat hackers can do when they find a vulnerability that they can kind of let the companies know, and many of these companies are in the they do follow the idea of rewarding your finding with a bounty. So that's something which also incentivizes some white hat hackers to work in this direction and do this responsibly.
I hope that answers your question, Smriti. And coming to our last question, what does the female representation looks like in the security industry?
um, I think it could go a lot higher than what it is at right now, right? I bet you guys would agree as well. I mean, I do see lot of impactful, really wonderful women with like crazy backgrounds in coding and philosophy at times, and marketing and business development. Everyone coming in, but at the same time, the ratio is quite still very biased, and we would just love to see more women developers, especially, join into this side of the world. And that's why what you guys are doing at the Cosmos Ladies Summit is so important, just to encourage people join in more from the dev perspective as well.
Thanks, Anabda, for the wonderful talk and sharing your ideas and answering all our questions. Uh,
Absolutely, a pleasure to be
yeah,
here. Thank you. Bye.
thank you, Anabda. Bye. So I guess it's time for our next talk. So our next speaker is Dora Palfi. She is the co-founder and CEO of Imagy Labs. She was named in Forbes 30 Under 30 in 2021. Imagy, it's an award-winning Swedish startup bringing a fresh take on the edtech, gaming, and social impact. At Imagy, they aim to empower children with a special focus on girls to unlock the tech industry full potential and to reimagine the future. The company was named after the top 15 Nordic Baltic tech startups as well. The Imagy Charm was also featured in the October 2021 Apple event. As you can see that we are the big fans of their work, so we have partnered with them to give away Imagy Charms. So today, Dora, the CEO, will be talking on why gender equality in tech is a prerequisite of a gender social future.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. And thank you for this great introduction. I feel like I don't have much to add now. But I'm going to share a presentation. I hope that's okay. I'll just take a moment here. And in the meanwhile, okay, sorry, 1 second. Yes, there we go. Yes, okay. So I'm here today to talk about gender equality and its importance in our society, and also when it pertains to technology. As it has been mentioned, that Imagy, we're essentially building a diverse pipeline for the future of tech. But why is it even important to have diversity or gender equality in technology? Well, I really love this so-called exercise of logic that we always refer to at Imagy, which is that if we believe that technology is our future, and unfortunately know that women are not equally involved in tech today, then it sort of logically follows that women don't have an equal chance to shape the future today. And so I think I don't have to convince any of the listeners today that tech is our future. But it's the fastest growing industry in terms of employment, and it's a huge contributor to our GDP globally. And when it comes to women's representation in tech, sorry, I have mostly like Europe and US focused numbers, but still it is also a global phenomenon. In Europe, in Europe and the US, the percentage has actually decreased over the last decade. And the reason for that is that the industry has been growing so quickly. So even though in total there is more women in the industry, the percentage has actually decreased. So yeah, so unfortunately, this exercise of logic holds true today. Um, but I like to frame problems as opportunities, and we have a huge opportunity here to use technology for everyone's benefit. But in order to achieve that, we need diversity among the creators of technologies. And I have a few examples that I collected of what happens when we don't have diversity among the creators of technologies. So an example here, I'm originally from Hungary, and the Hungarian version of Forbes wrote an article about our work with Imagy. And obviously, I've been living abroad, so I have a lot of foreign friends. Everyone started Google translating the article and coming back to me with a question. Dora, why do they refer to you as he in the article? And so the Hungarian language does not have gender pronouns, which means that it was essentially up to Google Translate to make an educated guess on what my gender would be. And right, based on the article being about a tech CEO, it assumed that I would be male. And so this is a problem that has occurred from many languages and in many different contexts. So the example here in the center, from English to Spanish, if you translated the manager saying the receptionist, it would translate el gerente, which is like a male manager, and then la recepcionista, which is like a female receptionist. So, kind of playing into gender stereotypes. Um, well, a lot of women started to notice this and spoke up. And so Google said that they would address this problem. And this was actually 2 years ago when this kind of became a big buzz. And since then, they have achieved that. You see this very, very complicated sentence, or actually, just this is just a word, um, which is this person is a CEO in Hungarian. And now, if you put it in Google Translate, it would give you an option. She is a CEO or he's a CEO, which is great. So we see that when more representation occurs in tech, we start to fix problems. This also works today if you have a female name. Google Translate will know that we're talking about a woman. But the truth is, even after 2 years now, if you just put in a very complicated sentence without any like clear indication of gender, so no name, the mistake is still there today. So even though there has been some discussions, this still hasn't been fixed. And I'm not trying to pick on Google here. It's the same on Facebook and other platforms. So we have a long way to go to make sure that machine translation doesn't perpetuate gender stereotypes. And so this particular example, it's not like it's causing much harm to the world. Oh, it does, but it's not life or death. But then there is examples when actually bias in tech is essentially limiting women's access to capital. So when the Apple Card was launched, essentially it gave lower credit limits to women for no other reason that they were women. And this happened even to the co-founder of Apple, Steve Wozniak, and his wife. And so this also became sort of like a big PR issue and a big question. And then Apple has kind of like blamed Goldman Sachs, the issuing bank, and then Goldman Sachs said it was the fault of the algorithms. But there is people behind the algorithms, and someone needs to take responsibility for essentially the biases and the gender inequalities that we face today caused by technology. And so the list of industry sort of hits and misses is quite long. A lot of VR headsets, especially in the early days, caused women nausea and just like didn't even fit women's heads really. Then voice recognition. This is also something I personally had the experience with. So when I used to work at Cisco as a UX designer, we always trained, with the employees' data or voices, our tools, and so it just wouldn't work with my voice. We were quite few women compared to men. And then phone sizes, like most phone technologies assume that you carry your phones with you, and a lot of phones don't even fit like women's hands, not even mention pockets, which we might not even have. So that said, there is a lot of work to be done to make technologies gender inclusive. But this is also a great opportunity. So when women are in tech, they are able to see new markets that were under tapped or underserved. So one such example is menstrual tracking. So for years Apple has been talking about their very comprehensive health monitoring system, and it had no way of tracking menstrual cycles, not much to do with female health really, and it took like a female founder to make this a reality. And so when we talk about technology, of course, I'm a startup founder, so I think a lot about sort of like startups as an opportunity for solving problems. And so kind of startup advice from Y Combinator, which is one of the main sources of startup advice out there, goes that when you want to have a startup, you shouldn't think about startup ideas. Instead, you should be thinking of the problems that preferably you yourself have, which is awesome. It makes sense that you will be building something that you can also relate to. But then this leads to this like self-fulfilling cycle. And what is going to be happening to the problems of the people who are not in tech? Who is going to build solutions for them? So that's also why I believe we need more diversity in tech, so that we can really make sure that everyone benefits from the new technologies that we build and from the new tech-enabled businesses that are starting up. So that's a bit around the background of why I believe we need gender equality in technology. And then now a bit of like the practical side of how I believe we might go about this. So I believe that if we want more women in tech, it's also very important to start early. That being said, I think we need to tackle this at every stage of the pipe. But when I was studying computer science and then working in industry, I felt like there were a lot of programs kind of like started up to support women in their early careers. And I was thinking about how can I make the most impact? And so some statistics that I knew about was that 3 out of 4 jobs by 2030 will require advanced digital skills. But computer science is the only STEM field where there are more jobs than students, which means that already by the time we are graduating, we're lacking talent. And not to even mention, right, that there's a diversity problem. Now, what I've also understood is that the majority of teachers who are supposed to be teaching programming in schools are actually not equipped to do so. As an example, 67% of UK teachers think they do not have the skills to teach coding to kids between the ages of 8 to 15. And as for the teachers who do feel confident to teach coding, 55% of them, that is more than half of them, say that the materials and tools that they have available actually don't align with students' interests. And so what I've also seen is that when kids start to learn coding, they're often introduced to programming with sort of these really fun drag and drop coding languages, which is an incredible way to kind of introduce computational thinking and an interest for technology. But actually, half of children express difficulty switching to a real world script-based coding language, which is quite important if you eventually want to, continue with coding and want to get into studies or even a job in tech. And then when it comes to the diversity side of it, this problem is even more amplified. So at the age of 12, there's an equal interest for coding between girls and boys, but at the age of 14, while half of boys still are interested, only 12% of girls are. So that means that we're losing almost half of the potential tech workforce before they even become teenagers. So that all being said, I thought there's a huge opportunity to start early. And so that's how Imagi started. I must say, though, adults also love to learn with it because it's a really fun and creative and social tool. But essentially, what we have created is the Imagi Charm, which is a customizable gadget, and you see it on some of the animations here, that brings code to life. And all the coding is introduced through pixel art and creating animations and very tangible outcomes, and doing that with Python, so a real script-based coding language. We have developed our Imagi Edu platform, as we call it, and that is essentially an opportunity to support Python learning with step-by-step lessons. We have private classrooms for our students, and it's also like a simple-to-use tool for educators, which again is really important because of all the statistics I mentioned around teachers not feeling sort of equipped and confident enough to teach coding. Then we have the Imagi Charm, which I have described, that connects via Bluetooth to our platform and to our app, and actually just brings code to the real world. So it makes it more motivating to get started with coding. This image you see here in the right is from a collaboration we did with Huawei, where all the participants were young women who came from different European countries. And so everyone got to code their own flags, for example. And then we also have the Imagine mobile app, which is available both on iOS and Android. And it's a gamified app, and it also has a community. So what we see is the community component is quite important. Our users really enjoy giving shout outs to each other, commenting on each other's projects, and also remixing, so building on top of others' projects. And so I wanted to kind of mention this analogy with learning languages. Coding is a language essentially, and the way it happens is a lot of people, when they learn a foreign language, they like to be creative. They want to watch movies or listen to music or read poetry. And some people really love grammar and, want to be logical when they learn a language. And we see the same is true with coding. And so kind of providing the opportunity for that through our tool is extremely important for us, because we believe this way we give the flexibility for all types of learners. And so just to mention a few words about where we are and what we do. So as it's been mentioned, we have our at-home solution, having the Imagine Charm, as well as the consumer app, which has been used by over 100,000 users in 99 countries. But then last year, we started to focus more on the educational market, because we understood that way we have a bigger opportunity to have impact on every child, essentially. And we have more than 500 registered educators in 25 countries. And so, of course, this is also growing. What motivates us to continue doing this work is, of course, the feedback and actually seeing that it is loved by girls, educators, and parents. It's also loved by boys. But we try to stay true to the initial mission to make sure that girls are extremely attracted to coding thanks to this tool. And this quote is one of our favorite quotes at Imagi. And this is actually on the inside of the Imagi charm. So one of lucky you gets the Imagi charm and gets to maybe disassemble it, you would see this. Well, our innovation is technically a toy, but we believe that things like a toy, things that are very simple, can make a really big change to a ripple effect. And so that's what we are after here at Imagi. I also wanted to just mention our team. So this is my co-founder, Beatrice. We have an incredible sort of group of advisors and believers and investors, as well as teammates who are helping us make all of this magic happen day to day. So with that, I'm just wanting to leave you with this flipped sentence. So we believe that tech is our future. And so if we can make sure that women are equally involved with tech, then women will have an equal chance to shape the future. And this is so crucial, because tech really means everything for our future. So I hope you can, take part in that journey. And I wanted to just leave you with a few thoughts. Whenever I talk to audiences who might have some technical skills or want to have technical skills, I believe that coding skills are essentially superpower. And something that you can do when you have them is to use your technical skills for good, right? Something you can also do is be a role model for women who are younger than you, and show that it's okay to fail. It's important to try and see if coding or tech is something for you. So actively encourage young girls or non-binary youth to pursue technology, because this space still feels very discouraging and foreign for most young girls. So an active encouragement is really important. And then also being a peer model. So when you're learning to code, it's amazing to have peers who are kind of going through that same process with you, so that you can support each other in this journey. So thank you so much for listening today. Hope you can help us reimagine the access to coding education. Sorry, actually, you can also apply to be an Imagi mentor, but that's not a mandatory thing. I just leaving this slide here. We sometimes have online sessions where we are essentially teaching coding to young people. And of course, we are happy to have mentors for that opportunity. But please just connect with us if you're interested to learn more. Be that on social. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn. And yeah, I'm really honored to have been here. So thank you so much for having me. And I thought I would love to just like answer questions if there are any.
Thanks, Dora, for the wonderful talk. Actually, I have a few questions for you. How long did it take you to be where you are right now, and what was the biggest obstacle that you faced?
Yes. So, I mean, Imagi was a project in university. And so it took quite a while to for it to become a company. And I think that's okay. It doesn't have to happen from like one day to another. In fact, I always say I used to be the type of person who was like obsessed with doing everything. And I always had FOMO if, I wasn't part of something. And then once I started to work on Imagi, I started to have more of this feeling of JOMO, so like joy of missing out. Like it became so easy to say no to other things. And so slowly I was noticing that, okay, I'm so willing to dedicate more and more time for this. So this is probably my calling. But yeah, from like the first idea, like it was really, I was still studying, like so much going on. It took like another 2 years to get to the point where like, okay, we're doing this. And then it took us about a year to get to market after we had a Kickstarter campaign. And so that was about 3 years ago when we had the Kickstarter, and then we had a year to get to market, and then since then we've been just learning so much since we have people using the tool. So long years of work.
Yeah. And is it possible to join the Imagery community, without buying an Imagery charm?
Yeah, so I didn't emphasize that, but yeah, the Imagine Charm is completely optional. The apps are free, so you can just download it, and you get the preview essentially of all the coding that you would be creating. So yeah, you don't get to like wear your creation, but you still get to do all the learning, and it's still very, very fun in the online setup as well.
Cool, cool. That's cool. And can you share any exciting developments or any sort of upcoming products that Imagery Lab is working on?
Yes, for sure. So, like I mentioned, we're focusing a lot on the educational side now. So, we work a lot with schools. And I must say, oftentimes when I talk about schools, the most important developments might not be, the biggest innovation, but really how do you make it teacher friendly? How do you make sure that it's easy to use in the classroom? I have a background in UX, so of course I really value talking to the end users. And so some of our upcoming features are more essentially around assessment and how to make sure that learning actually happens. And I think this happens a lot to like new impact companies. You have a big vision, and then once you're out there, like you have to make sure that you actually measure your impact. Like, are you delivering on that promise? So I think a lot of our like upcoming work is around that as well. Like, is learning happening? How do we assess it? How do we make sure that every charity succeeds? And then we're looking to make that more personalized as well. Take advantage of the developments in AI and machine learning to make sure that we can personalize and also just better support our learners.
I'm sure that Imagery Labs has such a wholesome community of the young developers. And are there any specific things that you did to foster this community so that it's a safe space that's right now?
Yes, I mean, like safety is so important, especially when you have young members. So I think also for anyone like thinking of starting a company, like yeah, this is a really big question. We do a lot of community moderation, so all of that comes with having a community is something we take very seriously. Making sure from the beginning, like thinking of developing features for reporting, and then also having someone on our team side who actually takes action and reviews like reported comments or accounts and all of that. So all of this is really important. We are always working to also sort of make this more automated and make sure that we can be fast at reacting. But this is extremely important. We have community guidelines that we always remind our users of. And when we're talking about young communities, it's not even just that like maybe someone is rude to something or that's what you're watching out for, but we also in our guidelines have like strict rules that you can't like share your identity because these are young kids. We need to protect their identity. So actually that's also like community guideline violation if someone shares their identity, and we also watch out for that like kids are not sharing too much about themselves. So you have to think of these things as well.
Cool, cool. I really love this idea. And with the rise of feminism, what do you think that the number of women in the tech go down?
Yes, I mean, I really hope, the number of women in tech will actually increase. And with all the work that so many organizations are doing, I mean, it's really bound to happen. So we at Imagi are also working hard to, yeah, like really have a measurable impact on the percentage and the number of women who are entering tech. Like that's the ultimate goal. And I believe that this is possible.
Yeah. And coming to my last question, do you think that following the Imagi Labs mission can be carried over to countries in the global south as well?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we actually have users like globally, and I think that was one of the most important things about starting Imagi, that I wanted to create something that is very scalable, and actually does not you know have to happen in person locally, but really can be accessed from anywhere in the world. Now of course like there are limitations because you need either a mobile device or a computer to be able to use our solution. You need internet access, so obviously it's still like not accessible for everyone, and right now it's all in English. But the way we've been building it out is that of course translation is something that will enable access in more countries. And what I also wanted to mention is that we have been fortunate to partner with a couple like large tech companies and their like corporate social responsibility programs. So right now we're working on a pretty big partnership with Ericsson. I think 5 different African countries, as well as in Mexico. They are launching programs for uh, underprivileged communities with our tools. So I think this is going to be a test for us as well, like how well it works in other contexts, and how we can replicate it at a larger scale.
I am very excited, what's coming for the future for the Imagi Labs. And we have a comment from the user. I know Imagi Charm is meant for young kids, but I love wearing mine to match my clothes every day.
Yes, exactly. That's the idea.
And there's one question. With the rise of AI, do you see any way we can prevent real world bias in carrying over?
Yeah, I think this is so hard. I mean, even at like OpenAI, they have like teams working on this. Like, how do we make sure that kind of is fair and kind of I think there's also a lot of like ideological questions around this that people are discussing, like who gets to decide what's right or wrong for AI to think or believe. But I think this is where like representation is so important. Like that's why we need diverse people at the companies at the forefront of AI, so that they can have a voice in what is wrong and what is right. But yeah, I do believe that you know this is going to be a constant battle, and it's a very important one.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Dora, for the wonderful talk and answering all our questions with the patience. And I want to mention one more time that we are doing a giveaway as a part of our commitment and to inspire the young developers. We are giving away Imagi charms to the 3 attendees so that they can share it with their daughters and nieces. They are basically the programmable accessories that teach coding in a fun way, and they have the most wholesome community of the young developers. I'm also going to share the Google form link in the chat. So the attendees do fill out the form.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dora.
Bye.
Thank Well, we let's wait for our. Oh yeah, we have Gina with us. So let's start with our next talk, Gina. So she is the CEO of Open DeFi Foundation, where she works on supporting education, development, and base their research, empowering developers with tools to build decentralized IBC and EVM compatible dApps in the Injective ecosystem, the blockchain that's built for finance. She also supports the Injective protocol, create best-in-class financial applications. It's the fastest POS layer one blockchain shaping the future of finance. It's part of the Cosmos family of chains as well. And today she will be sharing her ideas and views on foundation validator relationships. Over to you, Gina.
Hello. Hello, Sonia, and thank you very much for having me.
Hi, I'm super duper excited for your talk.
Great. Well, I should say I'm not quite at my best. It's 6:30 here, and I caught a horrible cold at ETH Denver.
Oh my God, it's same with me. Just before this talk, I had allergies, so I can totally understand you.
Well, I wish I could have seen some of the earlier talks, but 6:30 in the morning is early for me. So I'll catch some of the later talks.
Yeah, and thank you so much for making it happen. I know it's early for you there.
Yep. Thank you very much for having me. Should I just jump in? You did a wonderful introduction to Injective. I'm not quite sure how I could add to that, and I'm sure most of the listeners here are familiar with Cosmos and the various ecosystems, as well as Injective. Um, how do you typically want to go through the interview? Should I just give some
Yeah.
tips on my relationships with the validators and the delegation program, or
Yeah, please, feel free to share the process, your relationship, and what you're working on, anything. I'm just gonna hand over the stage to you.
okay? Uh, nope. Well, recently Injective increased the active set from 50 to 60 members. So we're growing the ecosystem, the decentralization, and the security of the ecosystem while still retaining the fastest block times in Cosmos. We're at about 1.1 seconds right now, and hoping to get that down below 1 second very soon. And low block times is really important to financial blockchains because we don't want trades to be front run with other sexes or other dexes, and we're fairly proud of that low block time due to one, the efforts of the Injective Labs team as well as the efforts of the validators. I'm sorry to say the validators I deal with right now are all male, and I would love to see more females in the space. I know validation is a very tech heavy business, although there is a community engagement side that is very strong for some of our validators like Friends or Altcoin Psycho. But in general, it ends up being a very male dominated arena, I found. And as part of the Foundation Delegation Program, which we just launched in September of last year, we're really trying to level up the Injective game and be more transparent in how the foundation delegates to the various validators. We have compiled a list of KPIs and criteria for the program. And while there are still a lot of qualitative measures to decide how we delegate, we're trying to make that more of a qualitative solution. And I think we're making some pretty good progress. The feedback so far from the delegators is we're definitely moving in the right direction, and they appreciate the transparency and the clarity. I think we're on the cusp right now of crypto in general leveling up and maturing, and validators are clearly key to the success of any and all blockchains. So keeping them happy, keeping them aware of the foundation changes is critical in that space. One of the issues that Injective and all blockchains run into is decentralization and security, voting power. How do you either manage to protect the chain so that one or two key players don't have more than 33% of the voting power while they're obtaining more delegations, as an example, is an ongoing issue. How to handle ecosystem contributions and how to fairly evaluate ecosystem contributions is an area that a lot of blockchains are struggling with. I've been talking a lot to David of Staking Rewards and Martin of Observatory. They have some tools both for validators to be able to go through an evaluation process and get a rating, if you will. So Staking Rewards has a VPP program, which if a validator goes through the process, some of their details are audited. And that way, anyone who delegates to them knows that if they say they have slashing insurance, they do have slashing insurance. If they say they're running HA nodes, they are running HA nodes. And then on the flip side, Observatory is coming up with tools for foundations to more easily manage delegations. Things like, if someone gets slashed, I'd like to immediately remove their delegation. Or if someone moves their nodes to a sanctioned zone, for example, you could pull their delegations. I just started with the delegation program in June of last year. And to me, it's been fascinating to see everything that happens behind the Cosmos scenes that most people aren't really aware of. In crypto, everyone talks about the energy drain and the environmental impact of proof of work and proof of stake, and blockchains are killing the climate, but they don't really talk about what validators do, which is really replace a traditional database, if you will, for most companies, which are also having to spin up computers and data centers around the world. They also are critical to the success of a chain. And the recent Solana Hetzner issue where Hetzner, a German data center provider, kicked out a whole bunch of Solana nodes. A lot of their nodes went offline. So the question of decentralization becomes key in a world where you can have, like a data center, take down a large portion of your chain. So while the foundation can't select and choose who joins the active set, if a validator spins up and buys a whole bunch of Injective, they will be part of the active set. We can use the foundation's delegation to try to smooth out the risk factors. So make sure we don't have someone with an enormous amount of voting power, or ensure that we have some validators running HA kits in a certain part of the world. So it's kind of a fascinating tool to ensure decentralization while at the same time providing a little bit of centralization. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 there. And I would love to see more females in the space. Injective is running a hackathon later this month with up to $1 million prize pool and introductions to our $150 million venture group fund and founders. I'm hoping some women will enter the hackathon and get the bug for crypto and programming and realize, running a validator is not so technically difficult and might just jump in and give it a shot, the way some of the existing validators the foundation delegates to did a couple of years ago. Just hobbyists who decided, why not jump in and let's see how this goes. And now they have a thriving business. I'd love to see more women in the space. And I'm hoping any of the listeners here would be intrigued. Check out the Injective docs and see how easy it is if you have a programming background to spin up a node. I'd love to make the first delegation to a female validator. I would say from the foundation side, we are continuing to work with other foundations, other validators, team members to build a best-in-class ecosystem. And we realize the importance of having diversity, having decentralization, having security, and having open communication with the validators. I hope that gives some context and color into Injective and the delegation program. If anyone is interested, the Open DeFi Foundation's website has a delegation program tab with all of the documentation, how to spin up a node, how to apply for a foundation delegation, and some basic information on Injective as well. And that's www.opendefi.xyz if anyone is interested in learning more. And I'm not sure, Sonia, if there are any specific questions that anyone has on foundation delegation programs and how they're run, or any of your audience has been on a team that is a validator
Sure.
in the Cosmos ecosystem.
Well, as part of the Cosmos Ladies, we are also running a validator. We started with the project Stargaze. We got into its active side quite quickly with the overwhelming support of Jake and the Stargaze community. And maybe we can try to look into Injective as well as our next project. And our team is a whole women. It's just me and Spurti right now.
We would love to have you validate for the Injective ecosystem. We need to bring more women into this space.
Yeah, definitely. And also, you mentioned that 100% of your validators are male teams. Do you see any particular reason why this is?
I think the whole issue that a lot of people today are probably talking about is women are not as present in STEM industries, unfortunately. A lot of the validators that I've talked to come from a Web 2 environment, and they realize it's pretty easy to spin up a validator node, and you can just kind of make money in the background, and it's kind of fun. Especially if they had bought some Injective, let's say back in the day, why not stake it yourself? So my only explanation would be women just aren't, they're not the programmers in general in the blockchain space, in the crypto space. So I wouldn't expect them to move into the validator space either, unfortunately.
In the Cosmos ecosystem, validators needs to be good at tech, good at governance, good at PR. Do you think that these are sort of connected to each other? Is it fair, to expect one validator to be good at everything?
I don't think so. And that's not the stance that the Open DeFi Foundation takes in terms of delegations. We do have some, basic criteria, like you have to have a good uptime, you have to upgrade on time, and you have to participate in governance, at least 80% participation in governance with an abstain counting. But having said that, our 4 bonus criteria areas recognize that some people's strengths lie in things like community events. So we reward validators who run hackathons or host AMA spaces, or have a huge Twitter or Medium following, or make how-to videos. And then we have a category for everyone running IBC relayers. We know some shops run a number of IBC relayers, so we have that as our second category. The third category is running HA, geographically redundant infrastructure. So trying to make sure we don't have the Solana Hetzner problem where a lot of Solana validators all of a sudden went offline with no real warning. And then the fourth category is technical contributions. And that is the area that we currently are incentivizing most highly, because the chain is going to be fully open source. It's partially open source right now. This month it will be fully open source, and we'd love to get some great contributors, one to the blockchain, also on the tooling front. One of our validators actually wrote a script for us to track the IBC gas fees, so we can go ahead and reimburse validators, as an example. That's valuable to the foundation. I think, again, some validators, even to keep it simple with governance, some just vote yes, no, abstain, and then some actually are active voices in the space. So they'll tweet out, this is what we're thinking, or this is why we voted this way. So I think everybody plays to their strengths. Just like to say, a tech company could be better at one thing or another. A validator could be better at one thing or another. And I think there's room in the space for everyone. If you just vote yes or no and you don't explain your reasoning, fine. Or you want to publish Medium articles and engage the community on Telegram, that's fabulous as well. On the governance front, I know that's becoming more of an issue after Kraken got signed, et cetera. And some of the validators I've talked to are concerned about their liability for voting after the whole OkiDAO issue as well. I'd love to have your thoughts as a validator in that area of governance.
Sure. And do you have like any ideas on how to smooth out the validator voting power spread beyond the foundation delegation?
So I've talked to some people in the space, and have been doing so in the last couple weeks, because the top 5 validators in the Injective ecosystem right now, I didn't look this morning, but they have roughly 33% of the network, which is not ideal. It's not where we really like to rest there. And some of the ideas being tossed around are to cap voting power. No matter what your delegation size, you only have X voting power. Some of that is to reduce the ability to delegate to delegators after they hit a certain threshold. That was one idea tossed around. So I think it's tricky, because how do you make sure you are securing the chain without penalizing strong contributors to the chain? At the end of the day, validation is a business, and we know that. So how do you go ahead and walk that fine line? I think that's a growing problem for a lot of people, especially since institutional money will be pouring into the space soon, and institutional money, especially for a small ecosystem like Injective, could really move the needle, right? So it's something we're thinking about, something we're talking to other validators and foundations and companies like Staking Rewards about how to best structure the program. I have not done much of a deep dive as yet. ETHDenver kind of distracted for a little bit, but it's on the radar. It's on the radar. What are you seeing for other foundations like Stargaze? How are they handling that risk?
Well, for now, we sort of started engaging. So, as part of the Cosmos Ladies, as we are also doing some of the other works like hosting meetups, doing some of the live streams and everything, and trying to vote as much as we can. Oh my God, your energies are going very bad.
My cold is my cold, but yeah, it's fine.
I hope you are fine. I hope you're fine. Yeah. So I was telling you a bit about us, what we are trying to do, to be more active. We are trying to host more and more live streams, go deep dive into the technical details so that it's more sort of accessible to the people.
Mhm.
And we are trying to bring the Stargaze founders, so that the users can directly interact with them.
Mhm.
And I am definitely now curious about Injective, how can we make it our next project and everything. Also, you mentioned a bit about the hackathon. Do you want to share any more details? I am sure our users would love to participate in that.
Sure, it's a virtual hackathon, which is being run by Dora Hacks, one of our validators, and I think they're one of the top three virtual hackathon um, companies in the space. We're very thrilled that it's going to kick off, I think, March 20th. And all the details, the application form, etc., is on www.injective.com. If you have a team, great. You can sign up your team. If you don't have a team, um, fabulous. Sign up, and we can either put you on a team, or if you have a dev idea of your own, um, bring it on. We have a lot of interest from various different teams, and we're very excited to see what comes out the other side on the project front. It's a unique opportunity. It's not just a regular hackathon with a prize pool. We also, as I mentioned, um, would potentially loop in what we think are winning projects, viable projects, to the venture group. And that is a strong um, group of crypto natives like Kraken Ventures and KuCoin Ventures and Pantera and Jump Crypto. So, in addition to just a simple prize pool, which is always a good thing, you would have access to people who might give you some guidance, some professional opinions on how to best build your project, make introductions to people who could help you get your project out into the wild, so to speak. Um,
That's a very cool opportunity, and we have mentioned the link of the hackathon in our chat. So, guys, do participate in the hackathon. Ask as many questions you have from Gina. Also, since you just recently came back from ETH Denver, what was your favorite talk, and what was your biggest sort of takeaway from the event?
well, I have to say my favorite talk was Eric Chen, Injective's co-founder. He gave a talk on Builder Day right before the main event. It was also a very early morning talk. So that was my favorite. And I was so busy talking to various current collaborators or potential future collaborators, and I really did not see many of the talks. It was 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. Um, and it was really, for me at least, ETH Denver was an opportunity to connect to people, not to listen to the various talks, which I regret missing some of them because I had them on my list. But there's only so much time in the day, and I don't know if you've ever been to ETH Denver, but you seem to get pulled in a lot of directions, and even some of the people I wanted to talk to, I wasn't able to connect with because it was so busy and so chaotic in a very good way. My biggest takeaway from the couple days there is that I think the crypto industry is really poised to come out of this bear market very well. Everyone was very enthusiastic. Everyone was very realistic, um, and how long it's going to take. Um, there was a lot of energy and excitement about the possibilities of launching now or launching oh my oh my goodness, I apologize there. uh, I did not like the cold I caught at ETH Denver. I can tell you that much.
Do you have any hot water or hot soup around you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem. 1 second. I just need to blow my nose here. 1 second.
Sure, sure.
That was one of the takeaways, that everyone is really building strong, and people are really willing to work together. Everyone's interested in collaborating more now than ever. I would also say, it was a great opportunity to see how different ecosystems like Ethereum can work with Cosmos chains. There was an enormous Cosmos presence at the conference, which was great to see. I know Cosmos has been getting a lot of publicity and eyeballs and builders moving into the space recently. And, opportunities like ETH Denver, which you would think is not a great idea for an ecosystem like Injective to participate in, was actually a really good it's a really good connection and networking opportunity, I think.
I am feeling a FOMO. I'm sure I'm gonna be there next year. Well, we have a question from one of the users. According to you, what makes a good validator?
According to me, what makes a good validator? Yeah, I think that's a multifaceted question. To go back to your point, like, do you expect all validators to perform the same service? I would say a good validator overall is engaged in the ecosystem and willing to help strengthen and grow it. And that could be through social media engagement, it could be through tooling, it could be through active governance participation. There are many paths to achieve the same goal. But I would say engagement overall is key. We do have a couple validators that do a fabulous job of validating. Their uptime is wonderful, but they're not active participants in the network. Binance, as an example, is our largest validator, and they don't participate in governance. They don't. They don't really participate on the social media side, but they have wonderful uptime and they're reliable. So they bring value to the ecosystem. I'd like to see them participate a little bit more, but you can't have everything. But I would say overall engagement, and there are many ways to engage in ecosystems.
Definitely. And also, does Injective view other DeFi projects moving to Cosmos as competitors or collaborators? For example, DIDX.
Um, so Injective views Sexes more than DYDX as a competitor in the space. One of the reasons I think Cosmos is finally gaining a lot of traction and a lot of interest from people is initially because of the DYDX announcement they were moving. And then I think as part of that, also the maturation of Cosmos. I think especially in the wake of Terra, more and more projects are looking to diversify across chains. I think all boats float. If DYDX is coming to Cosmos, that's great. We are right now the only central limit order book in Cosmos. They will be partially on chain and partially off chain. So we still have a different feature use case than they do. And, I think collaboration is good, competition is good. Everybody needs to level up with competition. So I say bring it on. We just announced or launched Astroport on Injective yesterday. So that was a big announcement. They came from Terra. I think it's great. We have some competition with Terra, just their application. But you know what? We'll learn from their implementation on Terra, and they'll hopefully learn from Astroport's implementation on Injective. That's one of the things I really like about the crypto space. People are very generous with their time, their information. I don't think as yet, at least in my experience, that people are very competitive, very cutthroat, not willing to see projects succeed and not looking at other projects as um, competition, but really a chance to level up your own game.
Agreed. And actually, we have another question from one of our users. Other than having an upper cap on voting power, are there any other strategies to prevent the validator capture?
Um, one of the changes that we are implementing the next chain upgrade, which I think will be next week, is what other foundations do, and we haven't to date, is require a non-zero commission rate. A lot of the chains in Cosmos have a minimum commission rate of 5%. We've decided to toe into that and have a 2% minimum commission. So to qualify for a open DeFi Foundation delegation, your commission rate needs to be between 2 and 10%. And that's been a recent change because some of the 0% validators have gained a lot of delegations for obvious reasons. And again, to go back to the point, we know this is a business for people. Validators need to make money, so a 0% commission doesn't make sense long term. It also doesn't make sense because it is obviously a pathway to obtaining a large number of delegations. So that is something that is coming next week, which is not
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. So, what's your opinion on white label validators? For those who don't know, white label validators are those who run validators on behalf of other more people personalities.
um, in terms of white labeling versus non-white labeling. I think there are various reasons why people might want to go ahead and run a validator, i.e., they have purchased a large number of tokens for one ecosystem and they want to go ahead and make some rewards off that. They don't have the technical prowess to run their own validator nodes. Why not white label? I think it's kind of somewhat comparable to say, I don't want to run bare metal servers. I'm just going to rent a server from AWS or from Hetzner or from OVH. It's a utility provided by someone else. As long as the white label validators are reliable, uptime is great, etc. I really have no problem with that as a overall solution. Right now, Injective doesn't have any white label validators, but I'm sure that will change at some point since that seems to be a growing market for a lot of people.
Yes, yes, right. And what about projects like Skip Protocol? Is it fair for the validators to capture such value from a network that they're trying to protect?
Uh, I'm sorry, I missed that with my coughing. Would you be able to repeat the question?
Sure, sure. So, what's your opinion on MEV and projects like Skip Protocol? Is it fair for our validators to capture such value from a network that they're trying to protect?
Yeah, that's a double-edged sword. Skip has integrated with Injective with a couple of validators, and I know some validators have very strong opinions uh, on if this is beneficial to the ecosystem or harmful to the ecosystem. I think it's kind of more of a wait and see approach in my mind, um, to see how this actually ends up working out as it's deployed on a much larger scale. Um, yeah. What's your
Well,
opinion as being a validator since you see the other side of it? You have the interesting perspective of being a validator.
I guess collaboration is the key. And I guess we are a bit over time. Well, thank you so much for the wonderful talk and sharing your ideas and answering all the questions with patience. And I am sure that Cosmos Ladies is gonna look upon the Injective as your next project, and also all the viewers to participate in the Injective Hackathon that they are hosting in this month. And it's gonna continue for a month, I guess.
Yep.
We have shared the link in the chat.
And I would say if anyone is interested in foundation delegations, check out www.opendefi.xyz and you'll find all the information you need. It was wonderful to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I love being part of the whole Cosmos Ladies. More women in blockchain.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gina.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye. Well, we have our next speaker, Miku. So she is the community and marketing lead at Quasar. Quasar is a permissionless non-custodial asset management platform in Cosmos. They are doing some of the coolest work on DeFi in Cosmos, and she had the most fascinating career journey across the various vehicles. And she will talk more about it and elaborate on her journey into Cosmos. Welcome, Miku.
Hey, hello. I'm so happy to be here. Also, I'm a little bit scared. Anyway, it's my first presentation in English.
Wow.
It's challenging, right?
Yeah, I can imagine. But don't worry, we are all here to learn and support you.
Thank you so much. Well, Sonia, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Miko. It comes from Micaela. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. And well, this is my journey into Cosmos. So to start, I'm going to tell you a little story about how I had so many random jobs after high school. I did a lot of things, non-crypto related, non-software related, but I was really curious and passionate about software engineering at that time. Thing is, when you be like when you're 18 and you have to choose what are you going to study in university, it's not really that simple to make that decision at that young age. Some people are like blessed and they know what they want to do at a very young age, but some of them, just like me, well, we don't know. So I decided to travel after high school. I've been traveling to Patagonia and also Chile, which is a country next to Argentina. And I was meeting a lot of people and also met some software engineers. They showed me how they were coding at that time, and I was fascinated. But to be honest with you, I just thought it was a man job, you know? So when I was back to Argentina, I tried to join a computer engineering course. But at that time, I was the only woman there, like the only one. There were all men. And I was terrified of asking questions because every time I ask something, they will turn around. And even if that was an introduction to Java, to the programming language course, even we're all in that introduction level, they were all like turning around and saying at me like, why are you asking so many questions? So I got a little bit shy, which normally I'm not. And I decided to quit at that time, that course. I didn't finish it. I was feeling a little bit of shame about being there in that position where I was the only girl there. And also, like I didn't have any background, like any tech background. So at that time, I said, like, what can I do to go into this software world, tech world, without actually studying a computer science career? So I decided to join the University of Buenos Aires and study learning law. So I enrolled to a law degree. And my idea back then was like, maybe if I graduate and I'm a lawyer, I can work in software companies as a lawyer. But well, that was like 10 years ago, and I was really, I don't know, nervous about what I was about to do with my life, with my career, you know. So well, I decided to join the university, and then I was working in the Italian Language Institute as a secretary. And I wasn't really happy with that job actually, because I really feel that I wanted to do more. I want to spend my time doing something that I actually like. Although the ladies at the Italian language course were super nice with me, they were always offering me coffee and pastries. But well, I decided to leave them. So the most amazing thing happened to me, and that's the beginning of this journey. I was hopeless. My resume was awful. I had so many random jobs. They weren't connected with each other. So it was like secretary, and then doing some receptionist work, and then working at the hotel in Chile. So it was really weird to me to have a nice resume to show to all the companies. And I was applying to so many jobs in different job boards, and I was getting rejected every time. And it wasn't like only one rejection. It was like they reject me of all of the jobs that I applied back then. And it was so frustrating. And I didn't know anything about human resources or how to write a very nice CV. Like right now, you have a lot of resources. Back then, I thought I thought that I was failing, like I was the problem. So maybe they don't want me in their companies because of me, because I don't have a degree yet. Maybe it's because I'm working as a receptionist. So what about my skills? Like they mean nothing to them. So then I did this. I decided to write a tweet, and I had a different Twitter handle back then, and I had like 70 followers, like my friends and some bots or random people that was following me, my aunt maybe. And I wrote this tweet, and back then I was starting doing like computer science, like programming courses online, free programming courses. And then I said like, hey, I'm Miku. I'm 22 years old, and I'm starting to learn how to code. I speak English. I speak Italian. So I don't know, if you know about some work opportunity, reach out to me, and if you don't, retweet this so it can like get to different people. And it went viral. Like it was, I think it was 2017, and it went viral. And viral wasn't really common back there in Twitter, especially in Argentina. So I started to get a lot of messages, and a lot of companies that rejected me, they were like reaching out to me. And also a lot of software companies interested in having a girl that was studying computer science, like coding languages on their own. So they were asking me if I want to do an interview with them. It was so different for me because I was dying to get an interview, and then I had all these amazing opportunities. And it was something so special. I felt so happy back then because I even had the chance to get a lot of people telling me, "Hey, you're empowering me to do the same. I'm studying JavaScript and I want to apply, but I'm a little bit scared of it. So you're really empowering me, and I'm going to do the same. I'm going to apply to this company or to other companies." So it was a very nice moment. And well, I had a few interviews. I was super trainee at coding languages, not even junior, like trainee. I was doing some HTML and CSS stuff, doing a couple of things with JavaScript, but not really at the junior level. It was only trainee level and doing my own projects. So I was a bit afraid of the coding challenges because I wasn't able to solve them. But then one company, they had a different approach, in human resources, in recruiting. And they were asking about my talent. They were asking about what I like to do, what I'm good at. And I think at that time it said, well, this is the company that I want to work with. But it was a 4 stages, like 4 different stages of interviews, and even a logic challenge. So I was a bit scared that I thought I didn't going to make it, but finally I did. And at the final stage, they asked me, well, we're not going to make you participate in one of our tech challenges, but what about a position in talent acquisition? And I said, like, I didn't study human resources, so what am I going to do this job? And they say, well, we'll train you and you're going to get the skills and you're going to be better at what you're doing right now, which is like clearly something related to social. So we can train you. And I thought, well, this is not programming, which was like my main dream, but I was getting closer to it. I was having the opportunity to work in a software company with a lot of software engineers. And then I got the chance to discover that it's not only about programming. So there are UX, UI designers, there's people working in DevOps, there are people working in quality assurance, people working as product analysts. So I get to know a lot of different possibilities within the software industry, the tech industry, that I wasn't aware of it. To me, it was only like programming and that's it. So it was really like I had my eyes open all the time. I was getting a lot of information. I was studying a lot. And then I joined this company as a sourcer, which means I was in charge of looking for everyone that we were about to hire, from product analysts to software engineers to people in like C-level roles. So I had to learn all about the job descriptions. I had the chance to talk with people working in the company to get to understand like their day-to-day activities. And I was learning a lot. And that was when I realized that I really wanted to become a developer. So then I had the chance, it comes with the pandemic as well. I had a lot of free time and I had the chance to start focusing more on learning how to code, which was something that I was like, because of the nature of my job, I didn't have the chance to spend a lot of time actually practicing and coding. And remember that I was studying law, so it has nothing to do with it. So the pandemic came and I had free time. So I said, okay, so I'm going to start coding. And also with the pandemic, a hiring freeze come to my previous company. And that means that I had pretty much nothing to do because we weren't sourcing people, we weren't interviewing. So back then, and this is really, really weird as well, I was invited to join the community team. And I was the first that created the Instagram account for that company. And we were doing challenges and we were doing after offices, like virtual, of course, because it was a pandemic, but that was a chance to get to know people more. And also not only from the technical side of the company, but also from the people side of the company. And that was amazing. Anyway, I was studying coding on my own. And then I felt like it was my chance. It was my opportunity to jump into a coding role. And I did it. And I finally faced the coding challenge and I passed it. And at first it was a junior position in a web design team. And I was really happy about it. And after a year and a half coding, I realized that it doesn't make me happy. It was so shocking back then to get to understand that something that you thought it was your dream, like it wasn't. So I realized it wasn't about coding, it was about people, and it was about learning from others, what was really important for me. So I had to take the decision to quit to the company. I thought that my journey there has come to an end. It was really nice to get to know all of these amazing people, got the chance to learn from them. But this is something that I want to say to you, and don't ever underestimate the power of networking. Because I got this job because of a tweet, and then some random person at the company read the tweet and they just shared the link with the human resources team, and I got hired. And then along the way, I created an Instagram account on my own where I'm like I still running this Instagram account, and I'm sharing online and free resources to learn how to code. Especially in Argentina and in Latin America, it's really expensive to pay for a programming course. So I'm sharing all of the free opportunities that I'm aware of. And also it's really nice because it has a powerful connection with everyone that it's starting their coding journey. Sorry. But at the same time, they're a bit scared. They're saying like, maybe this is not for me, or I'm 35, I'm 40. Like I've been working all my life in a different industry. So this is really crazy. I'm not going to do it. But then they jump into this community and then they feel empowered. And also there's a lot of women that they are like out there and they are thinking like this is a man's world, and it's not. So I'm really happy to be running that account and talking about a little bit of networking after this the situation. When I quit, I was I don't know what I was doing on LinkedIn. I think I was checking it out, and then I received a message from a previous colleague, and he said, "Hey, Miko, I know that you're doing coding right now, but there's an opportunity to work within community in the project that I am." And that's how I came to Cosmos, and especially to Quasar. So it was Pablo, one of my previous coworkers in the other company, and he is working as head of DevOps in Quasar. And well, I was like a little bit shocked because I didn't know anything about Web3. Like, I mean, of course, I know the concept. I knew the concept, but I wasn't really into that. So something really like caught my attention, and I started to do my research. So I went to the website, the Quasar website, and also I kind of stalk my coworkers on LinkedIn, and that's something also, it's a great advice. Like if you want to apply to a company, go to LinkedIn, see who's working there, see what did they study, what they were doing back then when they joined the company. And it's a really good advice. If you're really interested in something, like, go for it. So yeah, I had my first interview, and it was online with Valentin, one of the co-founders and also the CEO. And he was like, "Well, I'm in Barcelona right now." And I was like, "I'm in Barcelona too," because I was on vacation. So we met at a cafe, and I had my first interview. And I remember he asked me, like, "What are you interested in Quasar?" And it was a really important moment for me because, I didn't have any financial education before. Not in high school, not after high school. Within my family, like there's not really like financial education. So I grew up in a country, it's a third world country, and we have hyperinflation. So there's a lot of things that I learned within that week that I was doing my research on Quasar that really like caught my attention. So I really wanted to go and participate in such project. So it was a really nice talk with Valentin. And then I got to know Nuria, which is it's an amazing woman. It's working within finance operations and also HR in Quasar. And we had a nice chat. And then I had another interview. So then again, it was 3 interviews again, and I got in. So from the very first time there, I get to know the Cosmos ecosystem. So I was reading all the official documentation, but for me, being a non really technical person, it wasn't really easy to go and learn everything just by reading the official docs. So I started to check YouTube interviews that Valentin had, and also I started to check CryptoZito's YouTube channel, and also Django YouTube channel, Danku as well, and I was learning so fast. But at the same time, I was doing my community task. So I get to know Discord, I get to understand and to ask when. So now every time I need to ask something, I'm like, when? And that was really fun to me because I didn't know anything about the slang, and I got the chance to learn from a lot of people. And also something that really helped me was Twitter. Remember I told you that my tweet went viral when I also received a lot of hate. Not only nice people were replying to me, so I decided to close it, and I said like Twitter is not a real nice space to me. But then I got this opportunity, and I learned that there's a difference between the Twitter that I was used to it and Twitter in like Web3 Twitter, and also Cosmos ecosystem Twitter. Like there's so many personalities that are willing to help. And everyone was so welcoming, especially I'm going to give an example, Sporty and also Rena. They were really welcoming with me. They invited me to the Cosmos Ladies Telegram group. So I think everything is really related to networking and the power of it. So yeah, I think that's my journey into Cosmos ecosystem. I know that I talk a lot, but what I'm really keen to say here, like where I'm really focused in this space, that it's not about actually me and what I did. It's about all the people that were in that journey that I did, that helped me and also empower me. So I think my job here is really empower people to follow their dreams, and also to understand that as you grow, you change, and those dreams can change as well. And that was that happened to me. Like my dream was to become a software developer, and luckily I had the chance to do it. But after a bit of time, I realized that for me it's more about people and community. So I'm really happy to be working in community and marketing at Quasar. I don't know if there's questions or anything that I can answer. Oh, thank you. I was really nervous about this, but now I think that what I was trying to say has been said. And I hope to get to know you better. You can follow Quasar in socials and also join our Discord. And you can also follow me on Twitter. I'm always happy to jump into conversations, as you may notice. I talk a lot. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Miku, for the wonderful talk. I mean, I can listen to you for hours. And trust me, Cosmos is a better place with you in it, as Murthy said. Well, we have some questions for you. You said that you felt coding wasn't for you. What was it that turned you away from this field?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it? It froze for a minute.
Sure. So you said that you felt coding wasn't for you. What was it that turned you away from this field?
Oh, I guess I'm a social person, and I had a space in a team that they were more focused on the coding aspect, not really in the social aspect. Like they weren't turning their camera on, and I was coming from a talent acquisition team, so that was really shocking for me. And then I decided to go and do things on a freelance basis. But I think that I had the feeling that it doesn't like really make me happy to go and code 8 hours straight. I'm really into like problem solving, and it's really fun to me. But I think I just decided to leave it as a side project, and then focus on what makes me feel more happy. That's community, and helping community to start their coding journeys, and also to empower them to go and follow that journey as well.
Yeah. So if you could go back in time and give one advice to 10 years ago, Miku, who was going to the law school, what would you give?
Oh wow. Well, I probably said to me that I shouldn't really listen to those boys in the first coding course that I did, and I shouldn't feel less just for being the only woman in the room. I think that's the advice that I will give to myself. Like, go for it. Doesn't matter. Like, we're people there, and we have the same conditions to go and finish this course. So if it was like 10 years old, or 10 years old, 10 years back, Miku, I would say like stick to that course and finish it.
Yeah, yeah. And how do you stay up to date, with the latest developments in your field, and what kind of resources do you rely on?
Okay. Well, so Twitter, it's a great source because I like, first of all, I like the structure. They like short tweets, and also if I want to dive into something, I can follow some threads. Also YouTube, because I really like to read, but I'm also into podcasts. So maybe I'm working and I have another tab with YouTube with an interview, or maybe, well, as I mentioned, I really like Cryptozito's YouTube's videos, so I left them. Um, and I'm really into reading Coindesk and Cointelegraph because we had some, like Valentin, the CEO, had some opinion pieces there, and I find them really interesting. So I'm always checking them. But I think Twitter, YouTube, and also some blogs.
That's cool. That's cool. I can totally relate, and I would advise to all the viewers who are watching right now to use to write more, read more, and also, just ask your questions. You never know when a person can actually reply.
It's true.
And yeah, and also, do you think that your legal background has helped you in the Web3 space, which challenges a lot about politics?
Yeah, well, I didn't finish that degree because I switched to studying computer science. Finally, I'm still studying, but I think it helped. Like, it gives you a wide sense of what's really important, what's not. Like, you can really tell from something that you're reading, uh, and also about compliance and so on. You can always check like sources online. So I think it helped, but at the same time, regulations are different in all the different countries. Um, so yeah, it's a 50-50.
Okay, so we have another question. Referring to your time as a recruiter, what makes an applicant stand out from the others?
I think once a recruiter, you never stop being a recruiter. I always like to help in Quasar as well because we're hiring. So what makes an applicant stand out from others? First of all, read about the company that you're applying. I know that looking for a job, it's also a job. Like you have to work hard to get those applications, like be successful. So read about the company, read about the position, and prepare like in advance your skills and what you've been doing in different projects. Although like it doesn't matter if you didn't have any experience on it, like try to find the skills that you have acquired in the previous jobs, in the previous positions, that makes you successful in this new one.
And yes, apply anyway. Uh,
Apply
well,
anyway, yeah.
Thank you so much, Miko, for the wonderful talk and for answering all our questions with the patience. I really enjoyed listening to you.
Oh, thank you, Sonia, for the invite, and thank you all the Cosmos Lady. I'm really happy to be part of it.
Thank you so much, Miko.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Well, moving on to our next talk, we have Misang with us. She is the VP of Marketing and Sales at Confio. Confio is the company behind the development of Cosm Wasm and Cosm JS, two technologies that are critical to the Cosmos ecosystem. If you have ever used a Cosmos website, you have probably used Cosm JS. Most chains now on Cosmos use Cosm Wasm as well. So Misang has been part of the Cosmos for over the 3 years now. One of the Cosmos OGs and one of my favorite person. And today she will be talking on what it's like juggling with Cosmos, Confio, and kids. It sounds very intriguing. Welcome, Misang.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, nice to meet you in person, Sonia. We were coordinated like by chatting,
Yeah.
but never met in person. Cool. So thank you for inviting me today to share my story. Can I share my screen? I would like to share my screen. Can you tell me if it's on? Yeah. Okay. I guess that's it. Cool. So yeah, thank you everyone. My name is Misang, and I'm going to talk about my story today. And the title is Juggling with Cosmos, Confio, and Kids. Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. When Sonia reached out to me, we would like to invite you, Misang, as a speaker of Cosmos Ladies Summit. I wanted to talk about my story from mother's perspective, like, my journey. And then I asked, who's the audience? And she said the audience would be Cosmos developers. And then I was kind of hesitating to talk about my life, because to me, in my head, developers are usually male and maybe, I don't know, like between 25 to 35. And I was thinking, would they be interested in my story? But then I thought again, and I was like, everybody had their, like depressing moments, and like they had to start new things, like in the new territory, and they might have had, mess up, right, and then overcome. So yeah, and like developers have kids, and maybe someday they will have kids, so maybe they will get some inspiration from my story, and that can resonate, right? So that's the reason why I decided to talk about my story from mother's perspective. So yeah, I was born and raised in South Korea, and from very young, I was really into learning languages and like meeting people from different culture. And when I was university, I traveled a lot in Asia, like mostly emerging countries, and I really enjoyed the spontaneous things, always happening things that you never expected before. And yeah, I enjoyed that, like all these adventures. And I studied 1 year in Japan to learn Japanese, and one more year in China to learn Chinese Mandarin. And yeah, I was just language geek. And my friends used to call me the daughter of Asia, because I just didn't want to, travel like backpacking in Europe, because it was so boring to me. Yeah, but you never know. You ended up falling in love with a French guy. I met my husband in Korea, who's French, and then we got married and we moved to France in 2008. Yeah, I mean, my background, like academic background, is I studied sociology and English literature and languages as a bachelor. And as a master, I did language education. So language and education was kind of my thing. And it's not crypto, it's not financial. So yeah. um, so yeah, nothing related to crypto, right? Then I moved to Europe 2008. And then my journey with Cosmos, the Web3, started from 2018. And I started my work at Confio from 2020, early 2020. And since last year, I'm the VP of Sales and Marketing, and I'm the go-to person to talk about all the collaboration and the partnerships. So I'll share my story. So leaving Korea to Europe, it was 2008. That means a lot of gloomy stuff. Like I learned languages, right? I had to learn new languages every time I move, to new country, right? I mean, I enjoyed learning languages, but it was very challenging. And moving to the new world means like the whole thing you have accumulated for your life. Like in my case, I went to good university in Korea, and those things doesn't mean anything to you anymore, right? And my little bit of professional career that I did in Korea for 3 years, shipping business, was not acknowledged either, right? And I didn't have any like connections. My husband was from southern part of France, so he didn't know any, people in Grenoble. And yeah, me neither. So I had to make old friends all over again, and uncertainty of work, right? Like I never knew if I would ever go back to work, right? So, I mean, looking back now, my GitHub name, which is Good Survival Track, is actually one of my friends called me that way. But I mean, I think looking back, that makes sense. But I didn't know at that time, right? And basically, being immigrant without, sorry, without local diploma means you have to start everything from all over again, right? So when I got to Grenoble, France, it's like in the picture, it's a very pretty city, like with French. It's the capital of French Alps, and it's the French government was made Grenoble as a scientific city. So there are all kinds of engineers, all kinds of laboratories are there. So yeah, it was refreshing at the beginning, right? Like it was totally different culture from Asia, right, where I grew up. But I had to encounter racism. Like it was the first time I had to encounter that, like insults in the streets, just because I look from Northeast Asia, people were insulting me, and that was very frustrating and shocking to me, because it's like you can do nothing about it. You're born this way and people are saying mean things to you. I didn't understand, and I couldn't actually rely on to my partner, because like one day his friend were being racist to me, and then I mean, not to me directly, but to to Asian people, and it didn't bother him. He didn't understand, right? So these kind of frustrating things happening, and then the barrier to career was also like attack me, because I tried my hard to. I knocked every door. I got my Korean university diploma, verified by European one. I had to spend a lot of money for that, but in the end, it didn't mean anything, because it doesn't mean anything to them, right? And then but during all this time, my husband was not working remotely at that time, so he had to commute. He was not there at the daytime. I was alone. I was full-time housewife with 2 boys, and they cry a lot, and I got baby blues. It was very frustrating. And most of all, I had this thinking in my head, like stuck, like I would never get a job. So that was what happening in France. In 2014, we moved to Madrid, Spain, and there everything changed, actually. Like general vibes were different. Like people were happy. People were more positive. Like when I was in Grenoble, I was so shocked that like people in the service area, like shops or bakeries, they never smiled. I don't know, maybe I wasn't lucky, but I never got these positive vibes from them. But yeah, in Spain, actually, everything was different. So I was enjoying like the fact that they don't frown their eyebrows when I tried to say something, right? Like they were very, very patient, and very like smiling and happy people overall. And at first, of course, since I was not working for like 6 years, I was afraid. My self-esteem was really down. I was like, can I ever go back to work? But I started from very small company, like very small travel agency, like with 4 people maybe. And then I changed to Spanish startup. And then I moved to a big global conglomerate, like LG Electronics, and in Spain office. So yeah, I was getting my confidence slowly back, and I gave birth to 1 more baby. So I have 3 boys now. And then I was like, okay, things are moving forward. At that time, at the end of 2016, the LG, I was at the like mobile department, and then the LG decided to close the mobile business because they were not doing a good job. And I was the last one who joined the company. So I was the first one who had to leave, like let go. So yeah, that thing happened. So now I want to talk a little bit about my mother experience in Web3 world, in Cosmos world. So I think remote jobs for parents are amazing. I think Web3 has mostly remote working positions, and that works really, really well for parents. Like when I was working for LG, I spent at least like 2 or 3 hours every day just for commuting. And my young kids were, there. I wasn't there for them during the weekdays. The house was messy, and I couldn't read the bedtime stories for them. And with remote working, I can control my schedule as I want, considering all the, my time and my family time. And, when I'm working in this field, I cover all the time zones. Like you work with people everywhere, Europe, America, like Africa, wherever, right? Asia. And time difference can be your enemy, but it can be your friend. And I think for parents, it's more friendly way, right? Like strange working hours can perfectly make sense to you. Like, for example, I am a morning person, and I enjoy, sorry, working with people in Asia. Like, I can do calls like 7 a.m. and 6 a.m. and even 5:30, and I could totally manage time, like because I have to block between 7:30 and 9, to drop off kids and prepare kids. And I can work with people in America, which I enjoy less after kids go to bed, right? And the vision for kids is also, I think it's also something you can learn, something you can have different perspective, because traditionally we used to live near work and we used to commute, but now like we can live everywhere basically in the world, right? Only if they have internet, right? And we can travel, we can be digital nomads. I mean, this is a bit more difficult if you have kids, but this makes total sense to you, right? Like you understand this mindset. So since parents in the Web3, in the Cosmos world, we know this can happen. Like we can view, like we have vision for our kids' future totally different way. They can have even more mobile life than us, right? So yeah, now I would like to talk a little bit of my like work experience in the Cosmos ecosystem. Right. In 2018, I entered the first Web3 company. It was door to Cosmos, right? And I learned a lot, even though there were a lot of messes. So I think it was about 2016 or 17, my husband started to read a lot about Bitcoin related stuff like crypto. And then originally I thought it's suspicious, I felt like it's kind of religious sect in a way. But then my husband gave me this book called Internet of Money, and then I was like, wow, it makes sense. And then I wanted to learn more. And thanks to him, I got this job, right? Thanks to his connection at his MBA. At beginning, it was very overwhelming because I didn't know anything. I didn't have financial background. I didn't have computer engineering background. So it was all the things people talk about here didn't mean nothing to me. So I had to learn everything. And my role was actually, they hired me because I spoke Korean, Japanese, and some Chinese, because they wanted me to, coordinate with Asian investors and partners. And at the beginning, I assumed the company already had these, networks, but that wasn't true. Except for a few Asian investors, the company didn't have any connections. So I had to set up all the networking, all the validators, everything, from me. So I did a lot of mess ups. Like I met so many wrong people and I went to wrong events. I thought I got a good deal, but in the end, we had to pay a lot of money. And you arrive there and you realize that nobody's relevant. So I did this kind of mess ups, but there were a lot of lessons. I understood about how remote working works. I learned how fast this world going on, the trend in crypto, and how Twitter, how the Reddit, all these social media works. And yeah, and then my network started to begin at that time, and I could learn how to tell the different, like relevant people and not relevant people. I could start to, I started to have those eyes, right? And yeah, more than anything, I met great people like Ethan, Simon, Martin, Abel, Alex from the previous company. And now with Confio, the story is totally different, right? Like, I am so happy, actually. Like, I mean, that's why I'm here. I want to talk to you about my experience with Confio. It's the very first company I could actually work with such a passion in a very proactive way. I never had this experience before. I really feel I grow with the company. And I mean, that's part of the truth, because I was actually the first employee except for Ethan and Simon, right? Like, even before Martin joined, I was the one who had to do everything except for coding, right? And then it was just, you learn as you go. But there was opportunity to learn, right? Like, Ethan was like, hey, Misang, if you want to learn marketing, you sign up, online courses, and we'll support you. And, Martin accepted. And every time I don't remember exactly, but there was some small win, and I was, proudly told Simon, hey, Simon, I learned this, I did this. And then he said, wow, congrats, like, Misang version up, or like level up. Like, he said that. And at that moment, it really resonated with me. I was like, wow, it was very awakening moment. I was like, oh wow, yeah, I'm growing with the company, I'm growing with these nice people, right? And that's actually very motivating, right? And I was wondering why I feel this way, like why I work proactively. I think first of all, there's core value alignment. Like, what we do as a Confio, like, we build public goods, software, we build infrastructure for others to do, other meaningful things. And yeah, and then the Confio itself, the company, we value people more than anything. Yeah, and then the company culture is also very important. Like, Confio itself, the name means trust in Spanish. So we trust each other, we help each other, and every decision making, like, we do every once in a month all hands meeting, and it's very transparent, like how we manage the company and etc. And we're very diverse, like culturally, and it's environment friendly, it's family friendly. I can't, agree more with this culture. And the leadership style also impacts, right? I may not share too much about my private life, but my husband is also now working for a crypto company. He's working remotely, but his boss is not really encouraging or giving a lot of positive feedback. So he has hard time, right? That's very depressing. Like, everything you try, it comes back with a negative feedback. Then you get really, But I had 3 co-founders, all of them as my bosses, in order of Martin first, and then Simon, and now Ethan. And none of them are authoritative, and I hope I'm not as well. And everybody cares about employees and encourage and motivate people. And we give a lot of, they give a lot of positive feedback. And I learned from our boss, and I try to do the same thing to Sarah, our marketing manager, who reports to me. And yeah, and also Ethan often asks, what makes you happy, right? And this kind of question, what makes you happy to do, right? Like, this kind of question is something I've never heard from previous companies. And I think it's just very virtuous circle of, positive energy. And that's why I'm really enjoying working at Confio. But I think more than anything, motivation is the key. And I think there are two types of motivation. One is extrinsic motivation, and the other is intrinsic motivation. And extrinsic is coming from outside, right? So it's the motivation you get thanks to the high salary, like job perks and benefits, etc. And there's another motivation, which is intrinsic, that comes from inside. Like you do this because you enjoy it, right? And the three major components of intrinsic motivation, I think it's autonomy, purpose, and mastery. And I think I really align with all these threes. Let's start with autonomy. I think Web3 field is quite nascent, right? And you better be self-directed. And Konfio, not like my previous company, but Konfio gave me a lot of autonomy. And this is very, very, I think this has very strong impact on you. Like I was always told what to do, and sometimes even understanding why, or sometimes I'm against it, but I had to do it because it's the way, right? But here I'm doing lots of things because I believe that's the, right way. And I enjoy the fact that I could be creative. I could take the initiatives for lots of stuff. And there's no pressure, like no much pressure from the boss directly. It's a pressure from, I don't know, maybe just me pushing myself, or, like dependency on with other external people, like we have to do things, right? But yeah, a lot of autonomy was something really encouraging, like very motivating, right, to me. And the purpose, of course, like I already covered that, like how I align with our, core value and purpose, which I couldn't with, LG, etc. And the mastery, I don't think I master anything in this crypto world, in this Cosmos world, but I think it's rather the clear sense of improving. That's mastery. Like this Web3 world, in Cosmos world, like you don't need actually, diplomas or credentials to work, right? You learn things every day, and I learn things every day, and that gives me joy, right? That I'm better me than yesterday. Like I had to do lots of stuff. Like we didn't have, I did have to make the branding and, like Cosmosm, Confio, the website symbol, like branding, and then social media marketing. Oh my God. When I first send out the tweet, I was really afraid if I push the enter, then it goes online or it comes down to the next line. I was really afraid to push the enter button. Anyway, so yeah, it was that. And then what I'm doing, like before we recruited the recruiter and HR person, I had to do also HR recruiting, and I tried to do some, organization like culture stuff during our first retreat. And I was preparing, like I was project managing the first Cosmosm Academy, and I was doing business development, right? Like negotiation with people, like projects like Terra, for example, and then writing, content creation, articles, etc., right? And everything, and the video editing, etc., like everything, like organizing. Like now I'm preparing the Awesome Wasm and Heck Wasm, the first Cosmos Wasm focused events. Anyway, yeah, and then I'm doing that also as a mom of 3 kids all this time, right? So yeah, that's those kind of small winning that actually matters to you, and that's really motivating. So here goes my direct advice for you guys. So whether you're a business or technical, please don't be frustrated when you feel like all the doors are closed, like in front of you. I felt that when I was in Grenoble, when I got to Grenoble in France, and spent all the frustrating years. And then after I got to Madrid, after, some career experiences, and they fired me. So I was really, really, depressed. But if I stayed that way and didn't do anything, then I wouldn't be able to arrive now, right? And if your first company, Web3 company, is shitty, don't be frustrated. Like, I had many problems with my previous company also, mostly from lack of transparency and communication and no mentorship at all. But there are so many shitty companies, I think, out there, of course, and so many scammers. But even so, there are things to learn. And in my case, I got great colleagues. So no regrets, right? And don't be afraid to learn new things and count small wins, right? People say with your age, you become more afraid of trying new things and just give up the idea of learning new things. But that's not the case with me. I think entering my 40, I have learned so much more than before, and I enjoy more, like, because I internalize all these things, right? Before, I had to learn things without understanding why, or without that desperate, like, yearning, right? And now I have it. And yeah, like, you're better than yesterday, so you keep going on, and that's what matters. And don't think being parent will block your career path. I mean, being parent is scary, a lot of responsibilities and a lot of limitations to your life, which you took for granted, like, going out at night, or, go to bed. That can be luxurious, right? When you have babies. It could affect your work style, like work hour. But I mean, you can do it, like, whether you're a developer or not, like business person. I have 3 boys, I told you. I think it was not bad for a person who has only one fallopian tube. Anyway, if there's a will, there's a way. I had a baby, like boy number 3. He was not even 1 year old. I was breastfeeding, but I went to, like, long distance business trip to Korea and Japan, and imagine how I went through there, right? So, and now my kids are bigger, so juggling with kids' schedules, their birthday, like friends' birthdays, extracurriculum activities, they can go perfectly well with your meetings. Like, if you're organized well, right, in advance, of course. But yeah, it could totally happen. And these are more advices than, like, do's. So stay open. I see some people are very like, high ego, and extrinsic value is only the motivation. And I don't think that's good. Like, I started from very bottom, and it didn't bother me, and that opens the other door, right? And you should enjoy challenges. Like, challenges can be frightening. I am too. This is my first time to talk in public in online conferences, but it was also a new challenges, and I'm enjoying it, I think. And then I had to learn a lot of, like, technical stuff. So I asked to my team, I need dev AMA time at least, like, once in 2 weeks, and that's what we're doing, right? You should enjoy challenges, and yeah, and try to meet relevant and positive people. In this world, there are many, like, Twitter trolls, and this is very energy draining, stressful, and yeah, like, I recently experienced that. But I could recover in a way, because I was surrounded by really, positive and relevant people who gives me advices, right? And that's something you should do if you want to work in this field, right? And get help with kids and house chores if you have them, if you have kids, right? Because I mean, my husband and I, we work remotely, we're home, so that's very helpful. Like, we can, support each other. Like, if I can go pick up kids, he can go, right? But I heard that the medical doctors are the only ones where we don't see any gender, like, difference in gender, in terms of, like, achievement. Because medical doctors, they don't have flexibility in time. So mothers, like doctor mothers, they are like, oh, okay, they give up the idea of bringing kids themselves. They just, get some help in childcare. But all the other sectors are, like, more flexible in time, and which gives more hard time to mothers. And mothers are like, oh, we stay with more kids, and, like, which is socially required, and that results in differently. So you see the different, the gap, right, between men and women. But I'm sure you feel guilty, because I feel guilty too sometimes. Like, you feel like I'm not good at work, I'm not good at, home, like with kids. You feel like you're not good at anything. But let's try not to feel that way. And I'm sure that, I was like really miserable in Grenoble when I didn't have a job, and I was depressed and cried a lot. And I was with kids 24 hours with them, right? Now I'm with them less time, but they never see me cry. They see me happy mom. And even though you spend shorter time, if it's quality time, I think that really matters. Yeah, and then family comes first more than anything. That's pretty much it I wanted to share with you guys today. Thank you for listening, and big shout out to organizers of Cosmos Ladies Summit. And I'm very honored. And I hope my talk today was helpful, or at least some inspiring to some people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Misang, for the wonderful talk. And it was really inspiring to see, how far you have come.
Thank you.
Well, we have some questions for you.
Mhm.
As one of the earliest employees at Confio, how did the company's culture evolve since you joined?
Oh, how the company culture evolved. Okay, that's quite interesting. We were always like a human focused, like, we valued people more. And I don't know, maybe because like Ethan, one of the co-founder, my boss, he has kid and I have kids. So we were like very open to, hey, like we could write on the calendar, hey, like I have to pick up kids at this time, so I'm not available. And when we have to be apart, like, I don't know, for shopping or to see a doctor, we share everything. And I think the reason, because why we shared everything so, like, in a transparent way, it stayed that way. And we tried to keep that way. So I don't see much changes, but oh yeah, but like I see this change. Like before, we didn't we were just not we didn't establish our company in Germany. We were like Estonian company that Ethan built, like, personally. And then we made a German company. And then in Germany they had this child sick leave, which, parents can use when their kids are sick, right? And that's paid leave. And that doesn't exist in Spain, right? But our company considered people like me, who in Spain, we decided to give these benefits to people in Spain too. So these kind of things are happening. And yeah, I think we're evolving. And we have a new people and culture manager. Melanie joined recently, and she's doing a really great job. And I believe we'll do better in terms of internal, how do you say it, like welfare and stuff. And we have more and more female employees, which is very encouraging and very good. Yeah, I hope it helped.
Well, it's really great to see, the company growing, and I have been following Confio from a long time. So yeah, excited to see, what's coming in the future.
Mhm.
Well, thank you so much, Misang, for the wonderful talk.
Thank
And,
you.
thank you so much for your insights. We really enjoyed listening to you.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for invitation, and it was very great. Thank you. Hope
Yeah,
to see you soon.
thank you so much. Bye. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning into our live stream. We will now be taking a 30-minute break, and we will be back at 3:30 p.m. CET to resume our summit. So during the break, you can grab some refreshments or take a quick break yourself. And please make sure to come back at 3:30 p.m. CET so you don't miss any of the exciting content that's coming in. So, yeah, thanks and stay tuned. Hi everyone, welcome back to the summit. Uh, we have Maria at the backstage. So I would like to introduce Maria. She is one of the OG Cosmos artists. She is the creator of the Women in Cosmos NFT universe. Her original Women in Cosmos collection was part of the Genesis launch at Stargaze about an year ago. She has been a constant support for the Cosmos ladies since our earliest days. It's great to have you here, and she will be talking about the journey to create your first NFT collection in Stargaze Zone. Welcome, Maria.
Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to be here. And I want to say that I've been joining since this morning. It's been so inspiring. So I wanted to start by saying thank you, ladies, for organizing this because it's been really nice.
Thank you, Maria. And I'm really looking forward to your talk now.
Yes, well, I'm gonna start first of all. Well, as you introduced myself, I am Maria. I'm the founder and artist behind Women from Cosmos. I'm sure that the majority of you have seen my ladies around Cosmos Twitter, maybe most recently my kids. But I don't know if you know that Women from Cosmos was one of the first NFT projects that bring one-on-one art into the Cosmos ecosystem and to represent women at the same time. I created Women from Cosmos because I wanted to celebrate us. I wanted to, to represent a strong, unique, and empowered woman. I created the project and so on, but we're gonna go there. First of all, I wanted to give you a small intro information about myself so you can have a bit of background information. You can see from where I'm coming. I'm hope that also inspire you to realize that it's never too late to change your career and also to follow what it is actually your passion. So, spoiler alert, no, I've never studied art. I never went to any art or design school. Back then, actually, when I went to uni, I took a different career path. I studied public relations, and then after that, I specialized myself on the area that I love, which was event design, production, and management. So before jumping into the NFT world, let's say, I was working as a project manager in the event industry. I was working with a company in where we have different clients, and we were working hand to hand with huge international brands like Samsung International, Steel Lauder companies, and so on. It was so much fun. It was a lot of stress as well, and no sleep, which more or less is like I'm living now as well as an NFT artist. But as you can imagine, actually, the event industry is also a really men-dominated industry one. So it's like, I'm sure this is going to be familiar for some of you, but I've had to work the double, the triple, work a lot to prove myself. Just for the fact because I was a female, I had a lot to fight. For you to have an idea, project manager role is basically the one in charge of the entire event. So I was in charge from the event since the very idea in the client's mind till the very end, like dismantling, builds and so on. So obviously I was in charge of different things that get involved into an event, like technicians, workers, staff. And yes, surprise, surprise, the 99% of them were men, were older than me. And you can imagine, how happy they were of seeing this young lady coming from Spain, ready to let you know what to do, ready to tell you off, when you're not doing what you're supposed to do, because at the end, every single small mistake was on me. So it was tough. At the end, of course, we were an entire huge family. It's true that sometimes I miss them like a lot. I had so much fun, but it was tough because you have to work a lot and continuously super hard just to prove that you're worthy to be there, which of course you are. That's why you're there, right? So after that, and COVID arrived, and so I decided when the war stopped, I started to think like what I wanted to do, and actually I feel that it was a moment to really make a change or try to follow what I've always been my passion, which was creating. I've been drawing my entire life, even if it wasn't my career back then. For me, drawing has been always like my kind of therapy. So I decided, let's gonna jump into the pool. Let's gonna see what happens. But I really want to give it, to my creative skills a chance. It was a bit crazy because, even when COVID kind of disappeared and everything become back to normal, I still refused to come back to my settled position, which was a really good one, to be honest. I decided to, follow what really made me happy. So I started in NFTs like in 2021. I started at the beginning as investor, but as soon as realized that there was a community also and a market for one-on-one artists, and also realized that one of my favorite artists, which were also female, were there, like showcasing their art, trying to create a career also on the NFT space. I was like, okay, let's gonna jump in the next pool and let's gonna try. And why not to learn more about this new revolution, but from the inside, right? Because I was really interested since the very beginning. And I think that if you really need to learn about something, you need to jump into it and really, like put your hands to work. So I started in Ethereum. But obviously, as soon as I hear about Stargaze launching their platform, for me it was like the cleverest step to take, because I was a cosmonaut since the very beginning. So it was like, okay, it has sense. It's the perfect match. I applied to become a Genesis creator. And after 100 community phases, it was even crazier than now. I got selected as Genesis creator, and I was so happy. Like seriously, I cannot never forget that, because you have to keep in mind that I entered the Cosmos ecosystem without knowing anyone, like anyone, me alone, no contact, no team, because at the end, behind Women from Cosmos, since the very beginning, I know that there is only myself behind. So, to get that huge welcoming from community and all that support, and then, like we sold out in seconds, the first drop, it was crazy for me. And I hope this also can encourage you guys, because Cosmos community is super friendly. You're always going to find support there if you want to start, even if you are a single artist or a small project. So, yeah, almost 1 year ago, I launched the first Women from Cosmos drop with Stargaze, and it's been a constant, non-stop work since then. Yeah, I've been constantly working 24/7 for the project that, as you can see, I'm passionate about. It is my baby, actually. I've been like constantly trying to support the community, bring quality content, bringing more art and so on. And also I've been supporting women since the very beginning. And that's why I wanted to give you this kind of little intro about from where I'm coming, because you can realize and understand now that why I have this kind of internal fight, like to continue showing up for us, to continue trying to put women in the picture, kind of, and to continue supporting each other, and like not letting anyone trying to let us down, because we're worth enough, we're more than capable. yeah, that's why we're here. We're rocking the world, basically. So that's why I wanted to give you kind of an intro about from where I'm coming. That was also that made me create Women from Cosmos since the very beginning when I was just one-on-one artist without the project. Every single sales I got, I was directly to buy from another creator because in my mind this is how it should be. Like you get your funds and then you invest in another one, and the circles goes and goes and continue. So I'm happy and proud to say that I've been doing so with Women from Cosmos since the very beginning. We continue doing so. Hopefully in the future, I can make it even bigger, like in real life events, like workshops and so on. And then I encourage you to go to the website, check the roadmap about Women from Cosmos if you want to learn more about it, because now we're gonna move into the start your NFT collection. Well, a part of that, it is looking pretty cool because someone spent few hours creating, because yes, also the roadmap is hand illustrated. The roadmap for me is like our kind of diary where you can see like all the growth of the project, the different steps we take, everything that we reach. So if you're interested to learn more, advising you to do so. So now that you know a bit of myself, that you have an idea about Women from Cosmos and why I started this project and why I'm really passionate about keeping supporting women and trying to keeping putting us into the picture. Let's gonna start and create an NFT collection together. I don't know if some of you has been maybe thinking about creating an NFT collection in Stargaze. Where should I start? What should I do? And so on. So I'm gonna try to guide you and show you. Anyway, I'm gonna leave later the different links, but I think it could be interesting for you to actually see behind the scenes what the different steps you need to take. So first of all, you want to create an NFT collection, okay? But what you want to do, like you want to do one-on-one art, you want to do AI, you want to do generative collection, pixel art. What? When you decide that and you have the art and the rights of the art, because there's been several scams collection going around, then you have to think about like what you want to do with this collection. Yeah, like is it gonna be for fun? You want to follow, or you have any like goal behind it? Like in my case, I wanted to support more women, so in my mind created a bigger project. I was going to be able to do so and trying to onboard more women into the space. You want to develop a video game. What is your goal behind the NFT collection? And then just starting, create your community, create your Twitter account. I know that this sounds super obvious, but it's not maybe for everyone. So you create your Twitter account. I encourage you to go to Stargaze Discord and start interacting with everyone. Start creating, doing collabs, doing, I don't know, giveaways, partnerships. Start putting your name and images from your project there, so community have an idea of you and keep you in mind. Actually, know like who are they, from where they're coming. Be someone familiar actually for them. Then related to launch with Stargaze, you have different options. You can launch yourself, and now I'm going to show you how, or you can apply for the Launchpad. There you have two options. You can go for the community vote, or you can try and go for the team pick. Anyway, you have all information in the Stargaze Discord. I'm not going to spend more time explaining that. So whatever you decide, you need to go and do the tech process behind. What we're gonna do. So first of all, we're gonna go to Stargaze Studio, and let me show the page with you. to Stargate Studio, but it is gonna be a Stargate Studio testnet, and you're gonna say testnet. Yes. One sec. Yes. So the testnet is basically like a mirror website, kind of. Is where you want to try, you want to play around like 100 times there before you actually deploy your contract. So if you have to make any mistake, do it here, okay? It doesn't matter if you create like 100 different collections. This keep here in the testnet is not public, so I really encourage you to try and play around, make mistake, because this is how we learn, right? So here I'm already connected, and as you can see here under my name, well, it's showing. Actually, you need like a certain amount of stars, but stars, the token that you can use here. Where you're gonna claim them, you're gonna go to Stargate Discord, and under the channel called Faucet, which I'm gonna show you in 1 second, you're gonna request there some of the funds just to play around. Okay, it is here. It's super easy. You just put the dollar symbol, your ID, and the bot reply to you and send you the funds. Once you have the funds, another website that is gonna be familiar to you if you're launching an NFT collection is gonna be NFT storage. I know there are other projects that use Piñata, but in my case, I use NFT storage. I didn't have any problem, so I'm gonna show you again. So in NFT storage, I created a new account. It's super easy. You link it to your email, and here, what you need to create to start playing around with the collection, you need to create a new key. We're gonna call her Cosmos Ladies, whatever. You create this, you copy these long numbers and words, and then you go to the website we were before, which is to the testnet. So we can now start the actual collection. See here in create a new collection, they are asking you for the NFT storage API key. We have it, we paste it. Then you need to select the file. I'm telling you, this is super, super easy now. At the beginning was everything through coding. So guys, you're lucky. Seriously. Easy. We select the files. I have some of them already from my very early NFT times, which are these little kitty cats. And then you have to have ready the metadata. First of all, for the files, you need to name them as number. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Simple. Then metadata. Metadata is basically where you're gonna put all the information about the pieces. In this case, they are all one-on-one. I have one document, so I will let you know at the beginning, but feel free to ask me, DM me for it as an example, so you can just replace with your information. Important is the document with the metadata has to be saved in JSON. So we're gonna use this. Super easy, right? And we have the metadata. Another important thing, for the ones who are, like to double check everything, is like you can check here everything. See, we have the name, Crypto OG, the description, or kitty cats are coming to take over Stargaze, and that's it. I can place here the website, I can place here a YouTube video, and if this was a generative collection, I will have like different trades and the different value I'm giving to that trades, right? As I said, this is a one-on-one collection, nothing else. Then, name, cats, a description, we're awesome, symbol, kitty cat Stargaze. This is just playing around, but I want to show you, okay? Then unit price, we're gonna put like 50 stars. Limit per address, I'm gonna put 2 because every time that I try new collections, when I put just 1, I'm get super frustrated because you want to put a big amount because then you're gonna mint your own collection and you're gonna see that everything is coming perfectly. Okay, I'm gonna put 2. Start time, I'm gonna put it like in 2 minutes, just in case. Cover image, whatever. We're not going to do any whitelist and we're not going to do any royalties. Just for your information, royalties now in our targets, the max are 7%. So we're going to go and create the collection. How easy it is, right? I agree. I have the rights on the files, on the art, and I confirm. Let's get in there. Another important thing you have to keep in mind is that the fees to launch a collection now in Stargaze are 3K. See, I need to sign Kepler. It is 3K stars, and if you want to create a whitelist, it is 100 stars. Now that we created the collection, we'll have here, the information about the contract address and so on. This you want to keep it when you're doing it in the actual Stargaze studio, when you're gonna launch your collection, like for real. Okay, we go to Launchpad. If it's loading, it's a bit slow. If you have any question, please let me know in the comments. But I wanted to show you that it's really easy to follow, basically. So in the meantime that the Launchpad is charging well, it's not loading. What a surprise. But anyway, yes, I'm gonna share all the links in the meantime. Give me 1 sec. Well, you will appear when you click into the, it's not charging, but I'm gonna let you know here. And when you click in the Launchpad, apparently it should appear one like the Launchpad page in Stargaze. So there you go, you mint your own NFT and you realize if it was okay, if not, and everything. Then this, as I said, you have to do it like 100 times to be sure that you're not making any mistake. At the end, I have to tell you, you will make mistake. It is how it is. And if you're planning to do an even bigger collection, I'm telling you, the last one I did was like 555 pieces. I had to check 1 by 1 pieces. I know that they didn't make any mistake back then, but for example, I did in other collections. So human being, but here at least you have the possibility to test and play around. Now the page is connected. I'm gonna just show you quickly, as I told you. See here, I can mint and see if everything came out easily and how I wanted. I'm gonna now share all the links here so you can play around. I'm gonna reply to your questions. If I think that there is enough financial stability in the NFT ecosystem for a person to have this as primary job. Okay, it depends. For example, in my case, I started working as an independent artist, as I said, and then jump into the NFT, but not even nowadays. I'm still working like with projects in real life, let's say. But it's all depends. Obviously, we have to keep in mind that Cosmos is a super small ecosystem related to NFT. Like it's not the same launching a collection on Ethereum than here. And this is another thing. Like, for example, people in Cosmos are like super obsessed with utility and 100 things. Like sometimes, I feel like, well, guys, what do you expect? Like seriously, to get from a project that you maybe pay $10, $25. Like this is not the reality actually, and I encourage you guys to go to Ethereum and really check how the big project, like the one real making money, what they're doing. Like I think in Cosmos we sometimes live in like a completely different world from the actual reality, and sometimes we need to put the feet on earth. But it is complicated, to be honest, because even more when you're a single artist as myself and you don't have at the beginning any contact or any team behind, but it's possible. I mean, I had the goal this year to little by little have more time to focus on NFT. I think that the 80% of my work right now is working as NFT artist. I would say like even more, like maybe 90%. But for Women from Cosmos and for other projects. What do you think set NFT apart from Force of the Year? How do you see NFT involved? Well, NFTs are part of digital art and so on, is bringing the opportunity to artists and to everything in reality to evolve and to improve. For example, we tend to think about NFTs and we tend to think about GPGs, right? Like pieces, digital art, but there are way more things. Like we have music NFTs. For instance, I've been selecting as a selected artist for NFT New York now in April, and one of the entrants for that event is an NFT. So you have like events, you have like video games, music NFT, even in real life benefits that the NFTs can bring you. Like for example, access to a club, access to I don't know, psychologist or something service, all of that as well. I think in the upcoming years we're gonna see a huge improving and also evolution in the sense of, because we're seeing already like big company already investing in NFT, investing in metaverse. And I know that for some people metaverse sounds like a joke, but it is actually a reality. It's gonna become the new real meeting places, new real places where to, like networking and so on. But I think that we need to start seeing more examples of different applications for NFTs and how to merge, like real life with your NFTs at the end. And I hope it was clear. I hope it helps. I'm gonna share the rest of links like NFT storage, the testnet. But anyway, I encourage you guys. Like I'm super easygoing in the sense like I'm always happy to help everyone. If you have questions, if you want to launch your own project, please don't hesitate to DM me to my personal account, Women from Cosmos account, and the same behind. I will let you know to go to Discord better because my DMs are craziness. But I will always be happy to help you to do collabs if you want me to share whatever, because I know how difficult it is to start without having anyone, and if I can help you to bring more eyes, I would do so. Yes, I think I covered everything. I hope it was interesting.
Thank you so much, Maria, for taking the journey on how to create everything. And, this was a very informative talk. Well, I have a question for you. How do you explain your role as an NFT artist to your family or friends who aren't aware of the ecosystem?
Well, Well, at the beginning, you can imagine like NF what? I'm paying with what? With crypto what? No, well, the majority, well, my family now, yes, understand because I've been involved in the crypto since like before being an NFT artist. I was an investor as well. But you know, like funny thing is now that is related to art, they are like, oh, okay, this maybe is not an scam, no, you know. But for them, I just explain that I am what I'm doing in real life. Like I'm a freelance artist. I'm working with different projects, but there is crypto involved, and there are like these huge different benefits. But of course, not everyone understand this. It's not easy, but well, I'm seeing like little by little. At least I'm happy to see already like the artists that I've been following since years that they are now coming into the space, which makes me so happy.
That's cool, and I am sure, with the time, it's gonna get more awareness. Yeah. So thank you so much, Maria, for the talk. And if anyone has any questions, do reach out to Maria. I'm
Yes,
gonna take links from the Maria and add it to the description later on.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Bye. So yeah, it's time for our next talk. We have Shalini Wood with us. She's currently the CMO of Babylon Chain, and she is leading there as a marketing and brand strategist. Previously, she was CMO at eMoney as well. She has been in Cosmos for over 2 years now. As a veteran in the field, today she will be talking about charting the path for the next billion users in Web3. Welcome, Shalini.
Thank you, Sonia, for the invitation, basically. And yeah, I think first of all, I would really want to say hello to your audience, and thank you to the Cosmos ladies, Sonia and Spurti, to organize this summit to celebrate Women's Day and really to invite me as a participant for the summit. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think Sonia introduced me. Just a brief overview. I'm the CMO for Babylon Chain. I've recently joined the team. I've been working in the blockchain space since 2017. Prior to that, I've worked in traditional marketing for B2B brands, Fortune 100 companies like Honeywell, where I was spearheading marketing communications for the EMEA region. I also have co-designed multiple courses at Utrecht University of how blockchain industries is transforming creative industries, essentially. So the ethos of decentralization, trust, value, and its application in particular for creative industries and building brand experience for 2030. I very often, when time permits, I am a visiting faculty. I guest lecture the master's program and the bachelor's program at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, which I quite enjoy. Also, I think this is something, Sonia, I would sort of like to mention. When I've predominantly worked in male-dominated industries for a very long time. When I was working for Honeywell for 7 years, it was B2B, and it was 90% men. And when I joined the blockchain space in 2017, it was even the statistics were even way off. But now in 2023, it's really refreshing to see that we have so many women joining this space. And very so often when I have guest lectures at the university, I always, I see the female students getting very hesitant about, it's like, this is too complicated, this is too hard, we don't understand it. And I always tell them, as a marketer, you must look at value. You must look at how the technology creates values. Don't get overwhelmed by the tech, the heavy tech conversations, because that overwhelms people. And that's where, whenever I talk to my students, I tell them, look at the value. And if you're ever sitting with an engineer or a tech team, or you work in the blockchain space, go to them and say, how does it make my life better, the technology? And you will have a simple answer, because as my presentation says, in Web3, it's very important that we are basically, there is ease of use in the technology, and there is when we try to curate and articulate content from a marketing perspective, it's more value driven for the user, so people can understand it easier what we're doing. And therefore, my presentation, charting the path to the next billion users in Web3. So with more than 4 billion users online already, I mean, the next 1 billion users in the Web3 space is going to be a very big growth spurt, the next paradigm for us in the Web3 space. So I just wanted to sort of unpack a few things here. For instance, like what will propel the next 1 billion users in Web3? And sort of let's dive deeper into that. Firstly, from my perspective, I think I mentioned before, user experience will be key. Users will really want how easy it is for us to just pick up our phones, pick up our devices and use the internet. That's how easy, hassle-free and convenient Web3 should be. It should not be overwhelmed with big passwords and keys. So the more and more we bring in user experience and ease of use in a technology, the higher the adoption is going to be. So it's very important that as builders, we make sure that the user experience and ease of use is really at the heart of everything we do. The other trend, which will be an instrumental driver, would be really the education awareness to attract and onboard those 1 billion users. So as a marketer, I mean, we need to make sure we simplify our communication so we can onboard more people. At the moment, even when I try to discuss it with my friends, my mom, what is blockchain, it's just going above their head. They're like, try to make it easy, right? So it's really hard. It becomes very heavy tech and people lose the concentration. And this is even people who are my age find it very hard to understand the Web3 space. So we need to create a more education, more campaigns, which are more focused towards value and benefits to increase the awareness and the adoption, not being very technical in the communications perspective, because people need to understand. And once they understand the value of what's going on, it's great. Now, for instance, a lot of times, this is during my lectures, I see when I give example that, our data is being monetized. The very reason why Google, Facebook, all the big platform economies are worth billions is because we have become the product as a user. And most of the times I would hear that we don't care if they're selling our data, because it's easy, it's convenient. But the minute why one would say, hey, have you seen the Brave browser? The whole dynamic shifts, right? Because they are basically, you can monetize your data. So you have more control of your data. And that's where the value center. So once the user understands what is in it for me, how it makes my life easier, there is a hook. So I think from an education perspective and awareness perspective, we need to make sure that we are basically communicating in a simplified language and more from a user value-centric perspective. And thirdly, I think this is a topic that you all will love a lot, because it's about interoperability, which is at the heart of everything we do in the Cosmos ecosystem. This is where blockchains are working in silos. The Cosmos ecosystem is bringing them all together, right? Which is going to seamlessly integrate and make the communication amongst different blockchains easier. And that would be another big step where we would come out of our little islands and be able to have more people join the space. That's going to be another driver. I think from my perspective, when I look at the space, I see privacy and security being very essential ethos in attracting the next 1 billion users. Like, for instance, today, the more and more people I speak to, from different age groups, different geographies, this is one recurring theme that one always comes, is that data privacy, online securities. Users really want an assurance that their personal information is secure, and Web3 is the way to go, right? So this is again where I see a big driver of onboarding more people, because people want to, most users now want to protect their privacy, their data. And in some way, even with the Web3 space, the economy just sort of opens up many dimensions of data monetization or microtransactions, for instance, right? So this would be another very big driver that's going to chart the path for the next billion users in Web3. And finally, this is the topic I feel that really is close to my heart, which is inclusivity. Inclusivity will be absolutely vital in driving the growth of Web3. The internet is, it's the Web3, the internet basically removes the barriers of people to get on board to an economy, have access to financial services, have access to communicating with each other, right? So when we as, developers, founders, marketers in the Web3 space are paving this way, we want to make sure that at the core, Web3 is designed with accessibility in mind. Its features cater to different diverse groups. And here I mean that, even my mom should be able to open a wallet and should be able to use it without any prompts, from a child to a parent to a grandparent should be able to use that. And that's where, I see that even with young students, a lot of times, especially, I feel there is a hesitation feeling the minute you say blockchain, it's like, oh, that's too complicated. It's too hard. It's too scam. We need to, as an industry, bring people together in an inclusivity manner, from an ease of use perspective, from an education perspective, making it easy and really showcase and hero the values that we have to onboard more users. And sort of that is what is going to chart the path for the next billion users in Web3. Yeah. So from an industry perspective, like I wanted to sort of just, creatively look at, what are the Web3 industries that could propel this big wave of people coming onto the Web3 space. So from my perspective, like I sort of felt the obvious ones, DeFi, in the recent times, we've seen a significant, tremendous growth in this space with billions of dollars locked into, DeFi protocols. And also the whole financial liberty aspect of it, where is basically attracting more and more users in the Web3 space. NFTs is another big one, which has made the blockchain, the Web3 space, really reach masses. And these assets are becoming increasingly popular. One sees cricket platforms, celebrities, cricket players, football players basically come out with their NFTs. And really on that, those are those different elements that is onboarding more people onto the Web3 space. Gaming is another one. Gaming, I feel, is really a big one, because this is where gaming, with more and more immersive interactive games coming up in the Web3 space, one is seeing this huge wave of people coming in with concepts like build to earn, play to earn. New revenue streams are being opened up for content creators, and that is onboarding more people onto the space. So from Web2 to Web3, the transition is slowly and gradually happening because people see the value in the Web3 ecosystems, so to speak. Another one is, I feel, decentralized social media could be a very big driver as well, where as I mentioned before, more and more people are prioritizing privacy and security, and offer users more control of their data, which would be a big driver for millennials and different generations, where one wants to keep their data secure, right? So those are some of the overall sort of, I feel, the combination of DeFi, NFTs, gaming, social media platforms, decentralized social media platforms, would be important drivers to potentially attract the next 1 billion users to the Web3 space. Yeah. So let's move forward. Yeah. So report that just sort of popped up with ARK Invest, very recent one, where tokenization of financial assets, growth on-chain applications, more smart contracts being deployed, and the numbers are amazing. Basically, that could generate 450 billion in annual revenue, and reach 5.3 trillion in market value by 2030. These are really big numbers. And really, what does that mean? More and more data, more and more assets are going on chain. So when more and more data is going on chain, more users are coming on chain, and we are really promising this land that, Web3 is safe, Web3 is secure. You own your own data. You have the your financial freedom. But there is also as at a risk, right? One needs to mitigate the risk here. As more and more assets are managed on chain, that is sort of where the security aspect of blockchain comes in, right? And this is where I thought it would be a good moment that I could introduce Babylon project to your viewers, your audience, Cosmos ladies. So Babylon is really a project that is bringing Bitcoin security to the Cosmos ecosystem and beyond. And essentially how we're doing that is we're sort of leveraging the power of Bitcoin. The unique architecture of Bitcoin, of Babylon, basically essentially is integrating Bitcoin, Babylon chain, and the different Cosmos zones to really create this comprehensive solution that is going to eliminate security risks and deliver Bitcoin security to proof of stake chains. Yeah. So I wanted to sort of dive in a little bit deeper to basically articulate that. For instance, I wanted to show you guys So these are a few early use cases of the project. One thing I would like to mention that the Babylon white paper I'm very happy and proud to say that we have been accepted by the world's leading security and privacy summit has accepted our technical paper. At the moment, we are working on multiple use cases, but at the moment, I wanted to showcase to your audience these 4 use cases that we have. So the first one being elevating blockchain security with fast stake unbonding. What that really means is that Babylon's approach allows proof of stake chains to significantly reduce their stake unbonding time from weeks to as little as a few hours. So this security measure enables high value transfers across bridges between POS chains completely secure. Now, bootstrapping new zones with confidence is essentially as the blockchain ecosystem continues to evolve and grow, new zones will keep emerging, and all the more reason for them to be secure. With Bitcoin security, the solution that Babylon is proposing, you can bootstrap these new zones with confidence, even when token valuations are low. Ensuring safe transactions with Bitcoin level. With our solution, high value assets are really safe from the double spend attacks. Yeah, our technology essentially is aggregating and sending checkpoint timestamps, offering unparalleled security and peace of mind to the users. And this is one I feel like, overcoming censorship resistance with Babylon backup is a really interesting one, because I think most of us who are in the blockchain space are somewhat of a libertarian. We want to have a free society. We want to have freedom of expression, freedom of finances, and we want to make our choices. And this is where the censorship resistance is one of the use cases that one could, where transactions that are censored can use Babylon as a backup to enter the ledger. So it was really a short presentation where I sort of wanted to basically give an overview of, we are still so early in the growth phase. We are on a path to the next 1 billion users, and security is so important. And which is why I'm so very passionate to be working, to have joined the Babylon team, and to basically be one of the forces to propel and accelerate the business and basically let more people know about what we are doing. So this was sort of it for my presentation. I would really like for you all to have a look at our website, follow us on Twitter. And I'm always accessible. I always say I live on Telegram. So give me a message on Telegram or Twitter, and I would be happy to hop on and see how I can add value. So yeah, Sonia and Spurti, that was it for me. I wish everyone a very happy Women's Day. It's amazing to see so many women in the space. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Shalini, for the wonderful talk. It was really insightful. And we are going to share the links later on and add it to our description later. So we have few questions for you. So how do we tackle the language barrier of non-English speaking people in promoting the Web3 adoption?
That's such a great question because I'm a bilingual person as well. And the language barrier is a big one. So this is where I feel as we move, because right now most of the Web3 happens to be English. And that is where the ease of use and inclusivity, as what I said, the inclusivity needs to come in. So when we're designing these systems, we need to, as developers, founders, need to think English is not the only language. You have Hindi, you have Chinese, you have so many languages that we need to think of. I speak 4 languages already, and I live in the Netherlands. So the Dutch folk it would be very hard to integrate. So yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And that is where that inclusivity angle comes in. It's the language as well. Yeah.
Totally, I can totally relate with you. It's same with me.
Yes.
And what role do you see, CBDCs play in the mass Web3 adoption?
That's a very good question. CBDCs would essentially kind of push people into actually adding a wallet. So in a way, like a lot of Web3 folks see it as a negative because it's very centralized. Having said that, it will be the gateway drug, so to speak, to get more people in the Web3 space. Because if your government is doing airdrops of a CBDC, you definitely want it, and you're going to download it on your app, and you'll be like, now that I have this, what can I do? And that's where then you think about, okay, is it going to be censored? Those are different topics, but it will connect people to, okay, this is Web3. It wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. It's just you download it on your wallet and you can use it. So in a way, it would bring on even more people who are not interested and who think it's a scam, because at least once CBDC comes, you can't say it's a scam because the government is doing it, right?
Right. And how do you see, DeFi competing against traditional finance when they have centuries of trust and loyalty?
Yeah, that's really a good question. Yeah, I mean, this is where security comes in really is really important, because as we see when we look at the 2008 credit crisis, it really happened because of the bad actors. It really happened because there was no due diligence, processes were broken, and that happens because it was centralized. We don't want that to happen again, and that is why after the aftermath of the financial crisis, we see the Bitcoin paper emerge, right? Which is money for the people. We transact, it's peer to peer. It's really a renaissance moment that happens with the Bitcoin, where it is a medium of exchange. It's a payment network. It's permissionless. It just it's a renaissance moment, really. And this is where, and then we have a lot of DeFi applications come in, and whether it is, and trust is broken. And this is why I feel like the Babylon technology really brings things together, because we want to bring trust back into the DeFi space. And this is why what we are doing at Babylon is just so very important, to make sure we give proof of stake chains that extra layer of security, the Bitcoin layer of security. Yeah.
And how do you see Babylon security model as an alternative or augmentative to interchain security?
Well, that's a great question. I think I would want David Shea, Dr. Shea, to answer that. So I will leave that one out because, yeah.
Okay. And what advice would you give to new people who want to contribute to Web3? Where should they get started and all?
Well, I think one of the best starters is to have the mindset to know what is going on and really be in that journey that, okay, every one of us who's here in the Web3 space had the rabbit hole moment. We're like, what is this? And you have to dive deep. There is an immense amount of knowledge that's available on the internet, immense amount of knowledge on YouTube. And also, yeah, you have to do a little bit of groundwork to understand it slightly deeper, more than the surface level, what it does. And I believe as the industry matures, we will also try to make it easier and simplify the way we communicate so we can onboard more users onto the Web3 space. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was on mute. And after DeFi and NFTs, what do you personally think is going to be the next big thing in the Web3 space?
I really think at the moment, gaming and AI is so hot. It's unbelievable because this is even the traditional internet really. The gamers are used to this whole in-game currency. They're used to swapping assets within games. So that would be a very natural way of getting on. And I see a whole lot of big game studios enter into the space. So I think gaming, in combination with procedural art creation by AI, could be quite a big driver. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you tried ChatGPT?
I have, yes. Day one, I think the minute it launched, I was there, and I think it was the website was crashing. It was like all Indians are just hopping onto it. Have you tried it as well?
Yeah. It's so awesome. I mean,
Yeah.
I use it for mostly creating content and all. It's
Mhm.
so easy.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, but yeah, it does need the high level thinking and the strategic thinking from the humans. So a lot of times people will say, oh, humans are redundant. It's like, no, you still need the creative mind and the strategic thinking, because it will give you what you ask for it, right? And if you don't know what
Right.
to ask, you're not going to get what you want. So
Right.
it's not the right answers. You should know how to ask the right questions to ChatGPT. Is my takeaway. Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of questions, we have one more question from the user. How would one sell Web3 to users who don't have libertarian perspective?
Pardon?
How would one sell Web3 to users who do not have libertarian perspective?
Or who don't have a libertarian perspective. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, this is something I try at Utrecht University at my students, and I would usually tell them that, yeah, so we do an exercise at the university where we basically say that we go through the sheets of, we go through the terms and conditions sheets of all the different platforms, and we accept all these different permissions. Our content we never own. Our data gets monetized, gets sold without our permission. And that really drives people crazy. They're like, how is it? I said, the reason why Google, Facebook are multi-billion-dollar companies is because they sell your data. Why don't you want control of your own data? They're like, how do we do that? We don't have an option. I said, the option is Web3. And that is a good hook for them, because they're like, I can earn money. I said, why don't you go check out Brave browser, right? Because they are sharing ad revenue in form of BAT tokens to their users. They're like, so you're just doing internet browsing and you get tokens? I said, pretty much, because it's your data. Who owns the data owns the future, is what I tell them. And that is a great hook for them to get on.
Thanks for sharing, Shalini. And I guess we are about to our time.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, again, thank you so much for sharing your wonderful ideas and thoughts with us. I'm
Yeah.
gonna add the links to Babylon Chain and everything to our description once the live stream is over.
Thank you so much. Bye, Sonia.
Bye. So I just want to share a quick reminder that as part of our commitment and to inspire the young developers, we are doing a giveaway. We are giving away Imagy charms to the 3 attendees to share with their daughters and nieces. So what are Imagy charms? They are basically programmable accessories that teach coding in a fun way, and they have the wholesome community of the young developers. So we have shared the link over the chat. So feel free to engage and check it out. And now moving forward, we have our next speaker, Spirix. So she is a business student that has journeyed from stocks to crypto, and she has now amassed a large following on Twitter. So thank you so much for taking the time to share thoughts on Web3 building for users. She currently works at CoinHall in the growth and community department. She will be talking about her experience as a student's humble journey on Y Cosmos.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Is
you.
my audio okay? Okay, good. All right, great. Okay, so before I begin, I just want to say, thank you to the team for giving me the chance to speak in this event and, putting in the effort to set everything up. It's been like almost 5 hours. You guys have a lot of stamina. And I guess when actually I received the message 2 days ago to join this event, I was a bit hesitant because first off, I have 20-30 minutes to talk about myself or basically whatever I want to say. And I don't think I'm the best at speaking, or neither am I someone who really likes to talk much in real life, I think. But I hope the viewers here and whoever watches this video in the future, you learn something from it, and I guess you enjoy the section here as what it says. Basically, a student's humble journey into the cosmos. So who am I? I'm Spiker. Thank you for the introduction, Prihan. But okay, my real name is Joella, and I am based in Singapore. So currently, I am a 23-year-old student in my final year of university. I'm studying business. So besides my studies, I reckon I'm quite heavily involved in the crypto space, particularly Cosmos, where I work as growth and community on CoinHall. Additionally, I also assist like One Planet on Polygon with their content launches. And in the later part of this podcast, I will go deeper into what CoinHall is doing on Cosmos. However, let me first share my background, how I got into like blockchain technology, and why I ended up on Cosmos and my journey throughout. So I first got into crypto in early 2021 when I was browsing Binance, and I decided to start trading. So I was trading every possible like coin. So there was RSR, Reserve Protocol, if anyone remembers. There was BNB, Fed, Matic, Bitcoin, Ethereum. They're all pretty popular, but I was a complete maniac, right? So I was jumping into like 50 times futures without even really completely understanding the whole thing. So that was my first introduction. I'm a lot less degen now, to be fair, but yeah, although my initial experience was not successful, I did lose a lot of much needed money at that point of time, but I was still really fascinated by how quick and accessible everything was. So in contrast to buying like traditional stocks, there were no long bureaucratic processes. Like I had no one calling me, asking me my entire career path, my goals, or neither did I have to wait days for my application to get approved. So basically this accessibility, like crypto, provided me with much more lucrative opportunities in my opinion. And I was not shut off maybe because like I didn't meet a certain criteria or income threshold, which was basically almost impossible as a student. I mean, I'm struggling to pay my student loans in the past, and like maybe some people, like my friends, have to pay for rent and all. So they typically don't delve into this kind of financial industry much. And I was also working pretty like normal jobs. Like I took a gap year to work in a Fortune 500 company where I did mainly an acquisition and management role before I entered uni. I was doing pretty well in that company. I think I liked it a lot, and I never would have imagined that I'll be working on Web3 today. So even when I was studying, my part-time job was completely not related to Web3. I was like working at a bar near my school. And so what would happen is I would go to school and then I work the night. So eventually, fast forward to now, I joined a bunch of Web3 projects such as Solana FM. In the past, had collaborations with Bybit, Chain Debrief, and now very happily CoinHall. So going back to the asset accessibility factor, that's when I entered the rabbit hole and started to explore on-chain processes. So I downloaded MetaMask, Trust Wallet, and other tools, which was quite nerve-wracking. And this matters because I made many costly mistakes, right? Such as not understanding why there were different versions of USDT on every chain. So I might end up like transferring my USDT through Ethereum network to my Polygon address. I'll be really stressed not knowing why it turned up. And as we know now, my beginning had almost zero affiliation with the Cosmos Hub. And despite these challenges, I became really addicted to crypto and really wanted to understand why it existed as a whole. So this was a bit of a switch because I was trying to find new purposes, like trying to understand besides just the monetary aspect of crypto. So that's when I met Terra, which may raise eyebrows for some people here, but it honestly really formulated the idea and concept of decentralization for me, despite whatever happened, and it blew me away. I was finally attracted to the use of accessible financial products and also non-custodial assets, like owning my own assets, and no slow banking systems, and the idea that crypto basically had for decentralized money. So the idea of smart contracts, disintermediation of finance, and other stuff. I won't go too deep into Terra's details, of course, but my interest in Terra eventually led me to become involved with Cosmos. So quickly, what is Cosmos, right? I didn't prepare slides, but I managed to choose a string of pictures that can help people visualize things as I go. I'm just gonna share my screen now. Please work, please work. Sorry, one moment. Okay, should be working now. Oops, yeah. So just how good you guys can see my screen, right? It should be good. Okay. So quickly, what is Cosmos, right? I didn't prepare slides, but sorry, I think there's an issue here. Wait. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, I'll just do it one by one. Okay. So anyways, I'll just continue, right? In my understanding, Cosmos is a blockchain technology that differs from traditional monolithic blockchains, like Solana in several different ways. Rather than having a single governance, security, and economic system ruling over many smaller entities like protocols, Cosmos offers a much more flexible and sovereign approach. So one of the key features of Cosmos is full stack optimization. So it offers a world of many blockchains, each with their own specific applications without having one single final settlement layer, which I will explain in a bit more. So one example was like, DYDX decision to pivot over to set up their own chain. And basically this gives each entity or DYDX in this matter fundamental sovereignty and allows for the capture of individual value at the app layer. As best described by Sunny Agawa from Osmosis in his, I think one of his Cosmoverse podcasts, or also presentation, Cosmos also rejects, if that's the right word to say, to the Fed protocol thesis. And we suggest, that blockchain accrues value of its infrastructure rather than the applications built on top of it. So, however, what Cosmos aims to do, right, is that value accrue at the application layer, which he argues is closest to the users. I think many of us can agree here because as applications, they're much more stickier than infrastructure layers. So ultimately users stay. Why? Because of the applications that they're using. So there are three core techs when it comes to Cosmos. I really wish I could show the pictures, but yeah, there's Tendermint Core, Cosmos SDK, and IBC. With recent updates, Comet BFT has been released and it will somewhat take over Tendermint Core, better prep for the interchain future. But as of now, since most chains still run on Tendermint Core, I will explain it as so. So there are normally three layers you typically see in a blockchain. There's the consensus layer, there's the networking layer, and the application layer. So Cosmos blockchains, they use Tendermint Core. And what it does is it combines both the consensus and the networking layer of any blockchain as a generic engine. So what this happens is basically after that, there's the Cosmos SDK, and Cosmos SDK, you could refer to it as a development kit designed for building secure blockchain applications easily. So it's like a plug and play where developers can have ready built modules without having to deal with the complexities like governance and staking from the ground up. And lastly, IBC, which is in the blockchain communications, is highly advantageous to Cosmos because of its interoperability, right? So since the blockchains built on top of Tendermint have different application layers, but since they share the same networking and consensus layers through the core engine, this makes it easy for them to connect easily. So I could deposit like Juno assets on Osmosis to LP whatsoever, etc. and I don't have to go through the same process like in the past with other blockchains, like going to bridges like Synapse, so I can get my assets over to another chain. And the Cosmos technology basically, all in all, it allows developers to focus on application development rather than struggling with the base cryptography. And that's one point for builders, right? That saves cost, time, and also achieving sovereignty at the same time. And things like the Lambda V9 upgrade, which is replicated security when it comes, it makes it much easier for like the smaller guys to spin up their in-app chains. And the increased interoperability means I get access to different chains and their products easily. And people who probably use like, other chains in the past, they would know what I mean by how difficult the user process can be and the whole experience gets very confusing. So why Cosmos? I settled on Cosmos because of the bigger picture, and also because I guess I no longer believed in the omni-chain thesis. So no blockchain can do it all, and Cosmos was basically designed from the ground up for the interchain world. Bridges wasn't so popular anymore. You see a lot of exploits every single week, every single day. And I mean, I would know because I had many problems in the past as well with the whole process. And I guess it's safe to say I was drawn to Cosmos because of its flexibility, convenience, interoperability, and it was a really seamless experience. Really cheap gas fees as well. So it just felt like the future of blockchain tech to me. So yeah, that happened. And so what happened for me on Cosmos, right? So like I mentioned, what drew me to Cosmos were like the factors of IBC connectivity and all, made it really easy to connect with other chains. And basically, when I joined in 2021, the ecosystems were pumping with activity. And since, Cosmos had low gas fees, it meant that I would like very easily be able to experiment with these different features and applications. So I started to dive way deeper into it, and like any new experience, there were still many challenges and obstacles along the way. For example, I had to learn how to navigate the Cosmos ecosystem, as each chain had their own line of dApps and maybe even community culture. But that, of course, took really quickly because onboarding process was still easier than most other chains. And despite these challenges, I found that the Cosmos community was incredibly supportive and welcoming. So it just started. When I began writing about my research experiences on other chains, particularly Terra at the start, I kept track of everything that was ongoing. So be it DeFi products or NFT marketplaces launches, I would track it, and then I'll share my knowledge and insights with others. And in the process, I also built relationships with other members of the community. So I slowly started getting more involved. And as I got more involved, I started to get more active. I started to take bigger roles. So for example, I started community building. And honestly, this was just me doing like a side fun thing. I was like, oh, why not I just create a community for Singaporeans? Why not I create a community for the APAC region or the Chinese, like all the different languages? And for some reason, it blew up. And same thing for NFT groups. And I started working on an NFT indexer library and did a centerpiece for weekly DeFi news. I think that was what, boosted me up forward. So what I would do is basically be that bridge of constant updates. I tracked almost every single log drop, minting event, protocol launch event, and talked to a lot of the projects building on top of the chain. And when this happened, I also began taking up different podcasts, spaces, and finally live streams to talk about Cosmos and the crypto world more broadly. I like to think right now I'm a bit more confident when it comes to live streams, but I remember my first podcast was with Danku, and I drank a full bottle of wine before that because I was really nervous. I didn't know what to expect, and it was also my first time like ever fully doxing myself on stream. And yeah, and then shortly down the road, I also spoke at my first conference in 2022, which was Meta Jam in Singapore, and it was a great experience as well. I shared a panel with 3 other speakers to talk about basically growth in crypto and everything related to that. And yeah, all in all, I put myself out there, started experimenting, asked a lot of questions, talked to a lot of people, and it was brilliant because, it opened up a lot of opportunities for me. And like I mentioned, at the start, I started working with different native projects across ecosystems, and I eventually joined Solana FM, One Planet, some other projects as well, and then fortunately at home on Cosmos with CoinHall. And I felt a lot. I think I felt like I learned a lot more since the start. of when I first ever touched crypto, like the whole learning gap from not being able to know what chain I need to send my USDT over to. And like right now, it's so amazing being able to work a job that I love. And it's not the case for many people out there. And so yeah, it's also about meeting new people and building relationships. So when I travel, there's like a Cosmos person I would probably know somewhere. So I was able to meet lots of like people centered around Cosmos, including Kujira, Exela, and other founders who were building in the ecosystem when I was doing my summer trips around Europe. I also organized the local crypto meetups in Singapore, which has been a really great way to connect with people in my area and learn more about their experiences as well. All right, just let me quickly stop sharing my screen. And that number has grown crazy over the last year. Like more people are getting interested. And I think the community is everything because, they are essentially the people who drive the product success. They are also the people you are solving problems for and the ones who have instilled faith and belief in you, especially from a company's viewpoint. And I think in Cosmos, you see that they're everywhere. Like a lot of things happen and we're notorious for, governance and all the other crap, all the other factors, sorry. But yeah. And so working here or just being in the space makes me happy when I realize that at any point of time, I was considered helpful. Be it when I'm onboarding an entirely new user to Cosmos or just being part of their ongoing DeFi journey. And it makes it worth it. Like the grinding, I have the ability to do so, and we all learn together, right? Like I say, I learned a lot definitely over the last 2 years since I joined. And so now this brings me to the question. So what is CoinHole? Okay, now I'll share my screen. Let's quickly share screen. All right. Now it should work. Okay. So CoinHall is a platform that provides real-time price charts, analytics. We also have a DEX aggregator and validator services for various chains. So for CoinHall, this part, we support Terra, Terra Classic, Juno, Osmosis, Kujira, and Near. And my founders, Joseph and Aaron, they built CoinHall with the vision of a comprehensive, personalized platform with a superior UI UX that can accompany our community in the DeFi journey across Cosmos and beyond. So we aim to minimize information asymmetry, as you can see here, so even the average person can easily understand and analyze on-chain data rather than trading blindly. And one more point to add is basically my co-founders, when they first entered Cosmos, they realized they were not having the right information, and it was very difficult to assess like new tokens. So someone could launch a token on chain, but then no one would know, and it's just basically trading blindly. So yeah, we started exploring new chains after the Terra crash, and we found new homes on Juno, Osmosis, and others shortly after. We were welcomed by these communities, and we received a lot of support, which we are very grateful for. So our platform offers price charts across all integrated DEXs. So for example, looking at Terra Tuna, there's an Astropod, there's White Whale, and there's also Terra Swap. You can see the small little icons here. So I'm just going to click on a token pair. Yeah, so over here, we offer charts, and we have the full trading view integration. So you can leverage the indicator libraries, the charting tools, and more if you're a charter. And as a farmer, you can also easily view like the most important metrics from volume to liquidity to fees to estimated APRs of all pairs across like the DEXs. Even here, there's more statistics just for your viewing. Going back. Yeah. So, and over here is our DEX aggregator. So basically just use this if you want to enjoy optimal rates. And just example here, if I use 2, and they go through like the best route for you. And then lastly, you can also view the latest buy-sell orders here for any individual pair listed on our website. So each pair will have their own list. So you can see the price, the amounts of tokens executed, the total value, the wallet that does the transaction, and the transaction hash, so on and so forth. Okay, and other than that, we are also an active community validator. So we validate across Terra, Terra Classic, Osmosis, Juno, Megaloo, which is the white whale chain, the new one, Persistence, and Cosmos Hub. So we deeply involve ourselves in the growth of communities by providing ecosystem guides. We write articles, taking part in Twitter AMAs with project leaders like Strike Zone, Yume, Kujira, DMAX, Spark IBC, a lot more. And yeah, we also have like in live streams with Don Kryptonian and stuff. And yeah, on the side, we are also currently building Genie, which is a rewards distribution platform, and Sphere, a data indexing infrastructure solution, all on Cosmos. I can show basically Genie, but yeah, just one moment, let me just share the screen again. Yeah, I'll share a bit more on Genie now. For Sphere, it's still in the work in progress. But yeah, so for Genie, our beta is already currently live on Terra. So Genie is basically what you can refer to as a growth stack tool that helps you to identify your RD users using index on-chain data and motivate these profile users, right, to engage with your protocol by incorporating like your desired participation methodologies, like swapping or delegating. And as you may know, many of the current campaigns are pretty limited to off-chain events like, okay, can you like RT and follow my account? And I would argue that they don't encourage protocol level engagement. A lot of cyber attacks or like people, they just want to farm airdrops and stuff like that. And that's not what teams want. And I won't go too deep with the technical or CoinHorse inspiration behind Genie, but we will write up an article soon, basically surrounding the whole concept. So good news for community builders. We pride ourselves on ensuring that everyone can try our services. So regardless of your coding ability, we created a no-code platform that's easy to use. So you could choose the target here, and then over here, you see you can customize the eligible wallets that you want, and the call to action that you want, and even the rewards. So this is basically a way for community builders to have an extra way to connect with their community without having to burden engineering resources. And I think that's something where you notice is a huge problem. Like if I was someone like a community mod, a Discord mod, how can I best incentivize them rather than going to all these cheap off-chain tricks? And our modular Genie campaign builder will allow you to customize missions right down to the incentives. At the end of the day, whether you want to reward participants with your project token or some other token. And if anyone is familiar with Layer 3 or Galaxy, that's basically the crux of what Genie aims to be on Cosmos. And we have 9 campaigns live now, if anyone wants to check it out. And again, I'll change my tab to show you the screen now. Sorry, there's a lot of technical blunders on my end. It's my fault. Okay, hold on. Please work. Please work. Okay. There you go. This is basically our campaigns now. And yeah, we have 9 campaigns last month that we are live, beta on Terra. So we have White Whale, we have Aries, we have Ghidorah. Check it out. Like, really love it. If anyone here is interested, if you have questions or not, feel free to just shoot me a DM. I would really love to discuss more if anyone would like. Yeah. So that's the end. And I guess why I'm here to stay with crypto, right? That's an important question I like to constantly remind myself. So first thing, there's a lot to look forward to in this nascent industry, be it on Cosmos or not. So in 2023, these are the areas I would most probably keep a greater eye out on, while also reiterating here that I'm not insinuating any financial advice at all. So like, I guess, real yield protocols, GMX, SNX, or you may consider, Kujira, Ejective, AI-driven solutions. I don't have any examples of that now for Cosmos. Privacy tech, ZK adoption. I think Penumbra is building something close to that. Decentralized clocks, perps, uncollateralized lending. That is basically SAY, Mars, DMAX, and I'm pretty sure more will come out over the next few months, maybe when replicated security comes up. And more sovereign DApp chains with Cosmos. No more bridges, no more nothing. And basically a DeFi landscape grows bigger and bigger and bigger. Even the NFTs as well. So I guess I'm really looking forward to see how replicated security will play out in about a week's time, and really closely after Neutron's launch as well as a consumer chain. There are so many in the pipeline that it's actually really getting really hard to catch up. Like, to name a few, there's a Core Sci-Fi. Previously, Miku came on, and I've been following that project quite closely, but yeah, I haven't tried it out fully yet. Dimension, a lot of reading to do for sure. But one thing I know definitely is that I'm here to stick for the long term and be part of the journey upwards. So Pips will probably see my face on Cosmos a lot more. So hopefully I shared enough. But yeah, here's my parting words for anyone out there who's looking to join Cosmos or on Web3. Put yourself out there, like immerse yourself in the right company, educate yourself thoroughly first. I believe if you portray yourself as such, you find your niche, what you're good in, you will eventually find a suitable protocol or project you can value add in. Don't be afraid to get your hands dipped down and dirty. That's the only thing. That's the only way you will learn. The best way is experience, right? Setting up non-custodial wallets, interacting with different platforms and networks. Yes, you may make mistakes along the way, sometimes really costly, like my situation. But in my opinion, that's the most effective way to learn. You can call it learning curves, but these are mistakes you would make sure not to commit again. And you can, teach people, guide people. And I just saw the question here: how important do you think is an online social media presence to be successful in those? I really think it's important. I think a lot of people actually don't focus too much on it. First thing, it's very difficult to actually get out there. A lot of people don't want to dox themselves, and you see generally people who, well, no, that's actually not a very good point. I just think it's the whole it's content creation as well, right? If you're trying to build your online profile, you have to be somewhat funny, somewhat interesting, have brand new concepts. Why are people following you? You have to settle that. And it's honestly something that's not easy to do. I think just from my experience, I was quite lucky because first thing I entered when Cosmos was facing exponential growth in 2021, and people were actually starting to notice it. And I was also in Terra, so Terra had a lot of people, and that was basically what happened. And you see, it's not easy to maintain it. I'm pretty sure my profile hasn't grown since then, but people should still try. You need to let people know that you're there. People need to know who's working in your team, and it's not very. I don't think it's very helpful if people don't know who's behind a project that you feel is the best idea. It's always like managing community expectations, getting to know who are your users as well. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much for the wonderful talk and sharing your insights. Then we have some questions for you. According to you, what is the importance of networking?
So it's a bit funny because I'm someone, when I go to crypto networking events, I hate it. I don't like networking, to be honest. Like, I get nervous and I normally stick to the people I know, but I really think it's very important, especially for founders. In my real growth, I normally do it through content or online. I don't really like real life events, and I haven't really been to a big conference except the ones I get invited to speak on and stuff. I do think it's really important to get to know who's in the ecosystem building with you as well, because this is how collaborations happen. This is how you discuss, this is how you learn, and this is how you constantly get involved with. Maybe in the future you want to launch a new feature, you know directly who to contact to help you out, or who you can directly contact to partner with. I do think networking is important, but I don't think I'm the best example because I really suck at real life networking. So yeah.
I can relate. It can be overwhelming, when you are new and
Yeah.
there are a lot of new faces. It happened same with me.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
coming to our last question, what advice you have for the people who are just starting out in the blockchain industry?
As in they just started working, or more so like just trying out?
Just trying out
Oh,
to
just
break
trying out.
down
Okay.
into Web3.
I really think just putting in the effort. So previously I mentioned, you don't be afraid to get your hands deep down and dirty. Maybe you lose some money, maybe you lose time, maybe you lose whatever it is, right? You have to sacrifice some things in order to learn. And that's the thing, every other subject, or maybe some situations where if you don't go through the experience, you'll never be able to get past it. And I think blockchain industry right now is really way better than what it was in 2021, where you probably won't be able to find a lot of guides. There probably won't be as many YouTube videos. Because I remember vividly in when I first entered, a lot of the videos were like, pump the coins and all that stuff. But now there's so many content creators, especially on Cosmos, where they walk through the blockchains, they walk through the guides with you, and yeah, just spend your time looking at YouTube, Medium, Twitter, especially. I really think CryptoTwitter is amazing. And yeah, that's where how you learn and download all the apps and stuff.
Can't agree more. Just binge watch all this stuff. It's really good. Thank you so much for the wonderful talk and presenting your ideas and thoughts here. It was really nice meeting you.
Nice. Thank you so much as well. Enjoy your night. Oh, day, sorry. Bye.
Bye. Well, we are approaching to the end of our summit, and we have our last and final speaker, Kate Skills. She is a software engineer. In the past, she had worked as an engineering lead at Agoric. Agoric is a proof of stake chain utilizing JavaScript smart contracts to rapidly build and deploy DeFi. She worked on implementation of the smart contracting platform called Zo, and today she will be talking about new frontiers unlocked by cryptography.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. It is so cool that there's an entire event focused around women in the Cosmos ecosystem. I think that's fantastic. And thank you so much for sticking around. As was said, my name is Kate Sills. I'm a software engineer, and I was previously the engineering lead on Agoric's smart contract framework called Zoe. So that is built on top of the Cosmos SDK. It's in the Cosmos ecosystem, of course. And so it's just really cool to be part of this event. So today I'm going to be talking about new frontiers unlocked by cryptography. And so something that I've been thinking about for a number of years now is, what are blockchains actually good for, right? So there's a lot of hype in the industry. There's a lot of potential use cases. But I think there are some use cases that are undervalued. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today. I think it would be so cool if we got the Cosmos ecosystem interested in some of these use cases. So my hypothesis here is that there are some important use cases that are overlooked and undervalued because they don't involve tokens. And everyone's focus for a lot of reasons is on cryptocurrencies, NFTs, and things like that. So I'm going to do a deep dive into some of these use cases, and it's going to be a little strange at first. So bear with me. It's going to involve Cantaloupe, and I'll explain. So for this use case, let's imagine that we are a fruit processing company, and our use case is that we want to make sure that our company logs are not being faked. So this is extremely important for food safety. In the US, there was a huge listeria outbreak involved with the cantaloupe where multiple people got sick, some people died. And so it might not seem that important, but it's very important for this specific use case. So something that we really want to ensure is that we want to make sure that our employee is not faking these numbers, not just adding them at the end of the week. We want to make sure that our employee is actually doing these checks at the appropriate time. So we have some certain desired properties, right? So we want the logs to be timestamped. We want to make sure that they can't be backdated, right? We also want to know if anything has been tampered with. So we want it to be tamper evident, but we still want it to be private. So we don't want our competitors to know how much cantaloupe we have and that sort of thing, right? So a kind of naive solution that we might have is, well, we can just hash the entry, right? And we'll create a Bitcoin transaction. We'll put the hash in the op return field. There are a lot of downsides to this. It's expensive. It doesn't really scale. We have to add a new transaction every time we add an entry to the log. So that would be crazy. Also, the Bitcoin community doesn't really want data dumped into their blockchain that doesn't have to do with Bitcoin transactions and their negative externalities. If we're adding all of this data, then it has to be kept, and we're not really compensating other people for that. So can we do better? I think we can. So for the purposes of this talk, I'm going to be taking what I call a Jenga approach. So I'm going to be identifying components, and I'm going to be taking them out pretty drastically. And then we're going to see what actually fails. And if nothing important fails, then maybe we're not losing anything important. We can just leave that component out. Okay, so let's start big. Let's take out one of the biggest components. And so let's take out all of the tokens. So for something like Bitcoin, it's designed for the sole purpose of electronic cash. So what happens when we take that out? So of course, we don't have anything like UTXOs anymore. And then, if we're talking about Ethereum, if we're talking about like the Cosmos SDK, we don't have account balances either if we take out tokens. One thing that's interesting is that there's no double spending, right? Because there's nothing to double spend, and there's no in-system compensation. So we might have to, compensate either with other cryptocurrencies or, with credit card payments or something like that, but there's no in-system compensation. So let's go further. Let's take out all of the state. So by state, I mean the things that transactions manipulate. So if transactions merely appends data to a log and nothing is manipulated implicitly or explicitly, then we don't really have state. So maybe we can just, take that out. So if you do that, there are some interesting effects. You don't really have smart contracts because smart contracts are all about manipulating state, transitioning from one state to another. You also don't really have a semantic understanding of the data. Transactions don't affect each other to the same extent, right? So if one transaction happens first, it doesn't necessarily invalidate a second transaction. So this is very different than like the token case where, if Alice spends all of her money, well, then the transactions that spend her money, those are invalid, even if they would have been valid otherwise, right? And censorship, and I think this point is really interesting. So censorship or liveness issues, they can't really lock up anything because there's nothing that's on chain. So, censorship or liveness issues are a huge deal if you have token balances recorded on chain and you can't spin them without creating a new transaction. If all you're doing is just trying to dump hashes onto a blockchain that doesn't have tokens, then if you have censorship or liveness issues, nothing is actually locked up. You just can't add anything more. So that is actually really different. So let's go further. Let's take out anyone can write. So if you're doing a cryptocurrency, it's obviously hugely important that there's not a centralized entity that is, the sole thing that can be minting or adding transactions. But for our use case where we just want to record these logs and make sure that, they're tamper-proof, tamper-evident, and time-stamped, let's say that it's a permission set of entities that can write. And so that means that we don't need proof of work, we don't need proof of stake, we don't need any kind of Sybil proof or anti-spam mechanisms. And of course, we couldn't have proof of stake anyways because we had already eliminated the tokens. So let's go further. Let's back up and see what we have so far. So we have a blockchain with transactions. Each of these transactions is just appending to a log. We have a permission set of writers, but we want to make sure that anyone can read, anyone can validate, and anyone can verify the cryptography going on. It's incentivized by something, but it's not incentivized by in-system payments. So it could be out-of-system payments like cryptocurrency on another chain. It could be money through credit card payments, something like that. And we have no tokens and no state. Okay, so let's try to go further. So what happens if we take out the Byzantine fault tolerance? And so by Byzantine fault, I mean not just crash fault, so not just like shutting down because a node has had a problem, but I'm including staying up and giving wrong information. So lying or violating the protocol arbitrarily. So let's divide this up into two kinds of faults. So let's say liveness, which is, can we keep adding things to the log? And safety. So does everyone see the same log, or has the log forked? And so in this case, I think there's actually some ways that we could fix this by adding more. Or let me back up a bit. So without Byzantine fault tolerance, right, there's a lot of things that could happen. A node could crash and stop processing things entirely, right? That would just kind of be a crash fault. A node could refuse transactions, and maybe they could refuse them only to certain customers, which would be terrible. So that customer just wouldn't be able to have their transactions added. A node could fork, create conflicting transaction logs, and tell people that a different version is canonical, and things could just be done wrongly, right? So maybe we're not hashing things correctly. Maybe the hash pointers aren't actually pointing to what they should be. So things could be buggy or malicious. So there's a lot of things. We've kind of gone too far at this point, right? There's a lot of things that there's a lot of features that we would like that we're kind of losing here. But I think there are some ways that we can actually fix this. So if we can add a few more features to be able to fix this. So in order to fix forks, we can commit the head of the chain on a regular basis somewhere public that we don't control. So this could be a newspaper, this could be another blockchain kind of acting as an L1. To fix the crash faults, we could select another leader or writer to continue, kind of like Raft. And to fix the errors, again, we want the chain to be publicly readable and verifiable. So that if anyone detects an error, they can simply point it out, and they can maybe use something else. So this is something that I've been thinking a lot about. And when we're not talking about the token use cases, when we're not talking about having value locked up on chain, I think service is a lot more like service, like service at a restaurant, right? So service at a restaurant, and this is an analogy that I'm going to use, it's not fault tolerant, right? Restaurants fail all of the time. But going out to eat in a city is fault tolerant as long as there's enough restaurants. So, at any given night, I can guarantee that I have a place to eat. I can't guarantee that a restaurant is going to be open. And so in our use case here, if there's nothing locked up and the exit costs are low, I'm curious if we can rethink fault tolerance to include just switching to another service. So it's kind of like using a different accountant if you don't like the accountant that you had in the previous year. So what do we actually end up with? So we have a permission set of nodes, which can add transactions, and maybe, those are all part of the same company or service. Anyone can read and verify that a particular hash is included. And the presence of a hash embedded in a blockchain means that the log is timestamped, at least according to relative time. And any tampering with the log after the fact is evident because the new hash won't match the hash recorded at a particular place in the chain. The log is still private, so that matches our use case. And costs are low, so there's no need for proof of work, no need for replicated smart contract execution. And we can be required to pay to send records to the service. And if the service is bad, maybe we can just use a different service. So let's see. So this actually looks quite a bit like this, the original blockchain, the timestamping service that was mentioned in the Bitcoin white paper. So this goes all the way back to 1991, where Haber and Stornetta published this document, this paper called How to Timestamp a Digital Document. And so they talked about how to use hash pointers to ensure that a document has been timestamped at a certain point in time and has not been tampered with since then. So there's this really incredible paper that's called Bitcoin's Academic Pedigree, that makes the point that a lot of the ideas in Bitcoin and a lot of the ideas in the blockchain ecosystem in general have existed for 20 years or more. And the innovation, at least in Satoshi's case, was putting together some of these ideas, connecting the economic incentives to the computer science, hashes and cryptography. But if our problem is a little bit different than the mainstream, it might not require kind of the latest and greatest stuff. We might be able to use some of these forgotten solutions in research papers going back to 1991 and things like that. So what I'm really interested in right now is how we can use the cryptographic tools that we have, how we can use hashes and hash pointers and blockchains and digital signatures and all of those things, and focus on the business problems that cryptographers aren't focused on. And I think there's a lot there, and I think that there's a lot that we can do. And I would be so interested in the Cosmos ecosystem, maybe creating some kind of timestamping service out using the Cosmos SDK. I think that would be really, really cool. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think I have time for some questions.
Hi, Kate. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful talk. And I have a few questions for you. What are some of the most exciting or innovating applications of cryptography that you have seen? And how do they address the real world problems?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So, we've had a lot of ups and downs in the industry, right? There's been a lot of promise and sometimes people have backed away from that. So, I mean, first, I think, just having cryptocurrencies in the first place is fantastic. I know, I don't know if you saw the Paul Krugman tweet that came out yesterday, but, he's been a huge critic of cryptocurrencies in general, saying like, you never need them. You can just use Venmo and things like that. And then just yesterday, this economist was saying, oh, well, my Venmo code isn't working for me, right? Like I can't use it. And I think Niraj from Coin Center followed up by saying, kind of pointing out the hypocrisy there. So I think like that alone is incredibly cool. So the cryptocurrency use case, I think first and foremost is fantastic. I'm also very interested in the digital twin use case. So, like we might, let's say that we have kind of a painting that we want to sell. We want to make sure that we can track the provenance of that, right? And I think that there hasn't been, we've seen some efforts in that regard. We've seen huge efforts from like shipping industry giants trying to use blockchain. And I think some of those efforts might have been underestimating how hard it is to make sure that what is on chain, it actually matches what's happening, the transactions that are happening off chain. So, if we're talking about tracking the provenance of a specific painting, like who actually has the physical painting right now, right? And so in that case, we really need off-chain auditors or some kind of third-party service to be able to say like, yes, I can attest that this is actually happening off-chain and that matches what's on-chain. And so I think that particular use case it's very different than the cryptocurrency use case because you do need that kind of like off-chain audit attestation. And that, a lot of people don't like that because it's not decentralized, but it's kind of necessary for that use case. So I think that is really cool. And then, yeah. And there's just so much, I think, people are experimenting with, being able to create digital representations of things that they might want to, design or sell or, and when it comes to something like, NFTs, I think kind of the next frontier there is being able to create things that you can add on to your NFT. So like your CryptoKitty can have a hat and things like that, I think are really cool. And because that gets us kind of into designing. It's almost like you're designing property, and you're figuring out the rules for how things can interact together, like, you know, whether this hat can go on this kitty and that sort of thing. And I think that's really interesting to me, just kind of like from a property, you know, law perspective, because you don't really get to innovate on that. You know, most of that has been passed down for a long time. And so
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, wrapping up to your talk, my last question would be, as you have worked on JavaScript for the smart contracts, what do you see the role of tech-specific languages like Solidity?
Yeah. So part of the reason that I was at Agoric was that I really do think that it is incredibly helpful for developers to be able to use things that they're familiar with. And so, you know, if you already know JavaScript, you might be able to work with a secure version of JavaScript, right? I think that in some cases you really do want a DSL. You really do want a domain-specific language. But I think, you know, we're experiencing a lot of growing pains, right? Like if you take Cosmos is pretty advanced, you know, and if you compare that to like the EVM, where it's basically like they were like, you know, we think this is going to work, right? Like we've only seen Bitcoin before. We were doing colored coins on Bitcoin. Let's try to write up this language that might that's kind, you know, almost like a Bitcoin script but better, right? Like I think the industry has been has seen a lot of growth since then, and so, you know, a lot of some of the things that we haven't caught up to the advancements that, for instance, like Cosmos has seen. So I think the WASM use case is really cool, because that would allow many people to be able to build in the language of their choice and you know, be able to compile it down, you know. So yeah, there's lots of exciting use cases there.
Thank you so much, Kate, for sharing your insights. And it was really nice to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Kate. Bye. Well, I guess that was all the talks we had today. Just want to share a quick reminder that we are giving away emoji charms to the 3 attendees to share with their daughters and nieces. So they are the programmable accessories that teach coding in a fun way, and they have the wholesome community of the young developers. And so we are sharing the link for the Google form over the chat. Do fill that out, and we will announce the winners over the Twitter handle over this weekend. Yes, the link is up. Also, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. I hope you have enjoyed the conference today. I know I have, and I am sure you will agree that our speakers have been outstanding. I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude to our speakers for sharing their expertise, knowledge, and experience with us. Each one of them brought a very unique perspective and added value to our event. So their talks have been insightful, engaging, and I am sure we have all gained valuable insights that we can apply to our work as well as in our daily lives. Thank you all once again for joining the Cosmos Ladies Summit. Feel free to connect with us through the social media. We will share all the description, all the related links to our description. And I hope you all have a great day. So until the next time, bye. Have a great day.